certainly will have unintended side effects. The ability of dietary factors to control female hormone levels has long been known in the research community, but a recent study was particularly impressive. 47 several female hormones, which increase with the onset of puberty, were lowered by 20 to 30%, even 50% lower levels for progesterone. Simply by having girls 8 to 10 years of age consume a modestly low-fat, low-animal-based food diet for 7 years. Why these results are extraordinary? Because they were obtained with a modest dietary change and were produced during a critical time of a young girl's life, when the first seeds of breast cancer were being sowed. These girls consumed a diet of no more than 28% fat and less than 150 mg cholesterol/day, a moderate plant-based diet. I believe that had they consumed a diet devoid of animal-based foods and had they started this diet earlier in life, they would have seen even greater benefits, including a delay in puberty and an even lower risk of breast cancer later in life. Women at high risk for breast cancer are given 3 options: watch and wait, take tamoxifen medication for the remainder of their lives, or undergo mastectomy. There should be a 4th option: consuming a diet free of animal-based foods and low in refined carbohydrates, aided by regular monitoring for those at high risk. I stand by the usefulness 0mm0n AN ERS BREAST prostate LARGE BOW L165 of this 4th option, even for women who have already had a first mastectomy. Using diet as an effective treatment of already diagnosed disease has been well documented in human studies with advanced heart disease. 48,49 clinically documented type 2 diabetes, see Chapter 7. Advanced melanoma 50, a deadly skin cancer, and, in experimental animal studies, SL liver cancer. Environmental chemicals. There is another breast cancer conversation that has been taking place for some years now. It concerns environmental chemicals. These widely distributed chemicals have been shown to disrupt hormones, although it is not clear which hormones in humans are being disrupted. These chemicals may also cause reproductive abnormalities, birth defects, and type 2 diabetes. There are many different types of offending chemicals, most of which are commonly associated with industrial pollution. One group, including dioxins and PCBs, persist in the environment because they are not metabolized when consumed. Thus they are not excreted from the body. Because of this lack of metabolism, these chemicals accumulate in body fat and breast milk of lactating mothers. Some of these chemicals are known to promote the growth of cancer cells, although humans may not be at significant risk unless one consumes excessive quantities of meat, milk, and fish. Indeed, 90 to 95% of our exposure to these chemicals comes from consuming animal products. Yet another reason why consuming animal-based foods can be risky. There is a second group of these environmental chemicals that are also commonly perceived to be significant causes of breast 52 and other cancers. They are called PAHs, polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons, and are found in auto exhaust, factory smokestacks, petroleum tar products, and tobacco smoke, among other processes common to an industrial society. Unlike the PCBs and dioxins, when we consume PAHs in food and water, we can metabolize and excrete them. But there is a snag: when the PAHs are metabolized within the body, they produce intermediate products that react with DNA to form tightly bound complexes, or adducts. See Chapter 3. This is the first step in causing cancer. In fact, these Chemicals have recently been shown to adversely affect the BRCA1 and BRCA2 genes of breast cancer cells grown in the laboratory. Point 53. In Chapter 3, I described studies in my laboratory showing that when a very potent carcinogen is put into the body, the rate at which 166 the China study it causes problems is mostly controlled by nutrition. Thus the rate at which PAs are metabolized into products that bind to DNA is very much controlled by what we eat. Very simply, consuming a Western-type diet will increase the rate at which chemical carcinogens like PAs bind to DNA to form products that cause cancer. So when a recent study found slightly increased levels of PA DNA adducts in women with breast cancer in Long Island, New York 54, it may well have been that these women were consuming a more meaty diet, which increased the binding of the PAs to DNA. It is entirely possible that the quantity of PAs being consumed had nothing to do with increasing breast cancer risk. In fact, in this study, the number of PADNA adducts in these women seemed to be unrelated to PA exposure. 54. How is this possible? Perhaps all of the women in this Long Island study consumed a relatively uniform, low level of PAs, and the only ones who subsequently got breast cancer were the ones who ate a diet high in fat and animal protein, thus causing more of the ingested PAs to bind to their DNA. In this same Long Island study, breast cancer was not associated with PCBs and dioxins, the chemicals that can't be metabolized. 55. As a result of the Long Island study, the hype associating environmental chemicals with breast cancer has been somewhat muted. This and other findings suggest that environmental chemicals seem to play a far less significant role for breast cancer than the kind of foods we choose to eat. Hormone replacement therapy. I must briefly mention one final breast cancer issue, whether to use hormone replacement therapy, HRT, which increases breast cancer risk. HRT is taken by many women in order to alleviate unpleasant effects of menopause, protect bone health and prevent coronary heart disease. Point 56. However, it is now becoming widely acknowledged that HRT is not as beneficial as once thought, and it may have certain severe side effects. So what are the facts? I am writing this commentary at an opportune time because the results of some large trials of HRT use have been released in the last year. 56 of special interest are two large randomized intervention trials: the Women's Health Initiative, WHI, 57, and the Heart and Estrogen Progestin Replacement Study, HERS, 58, among women who take HRT. After 5.2 years, the WHI trial is showing a 26% increase in breast cancer. 0mm0N, N, ERS, BR East, Prostate, LARGEBOEL 167 cases, while the HERS study is seeing an even greater 30% increase. 59. These studies are consistent. It appears that increased exposure to female hormones, via HRT, does indeed lead to more breast cancer. It has been thought that HRT is associated with lower rates of coronary heart disease. 56. However, this is not necessarily true. In the large WHI trial, for every low OOO healthy postmenopausal women who took HRT, there were 7 more women with heart disease, 8 more with strokes, and 8 more with pulmonary embolism. 57. The opposite of what had been expected. HRT may increase cardiovascular disease risk. After all, on the other hand, HRT did have a beneficial effect on colorectal cancer and bone fracture rate. Among every low OOO women, there were 6 fewer colorectal cancers and 5 fewer bone fractures. 57. So how do you make a decision with such information? Just by adding and subtracting the numbers we can see that HRT may well be the cause of more harm than good. We can tell each individual woman to make her own decision depending on which disease and which unpleasantry she fears the most, as many physicians are likely to do. But this can be a tough decision for women who are having a difficult time with menopause. These women must choose between living unaided through the emotional and physical symptoms of menopause in order to preserve a low risk of breast cancer, or taking HRT to manage their menopause discomforts while increasing their risk of breast cancer and possibly cardiovascular disease. To say that this scenario troubles me would be an understatement. We have spent well over $1 billion on the research and development of these HRT medical preparations, and all we get is some apparent pluses and probably even more minuses. Calling this troubling doesn't begin to describe it. Instead of relying on HRT, I suggest that there is a better way, using food. The argument goes like this. During the reproductive years, hormone levels are elevated, although the levels among women who eat plant-based diets are not as elevated. When women reach the end of their reproductive years, it is entirely natural for reproductive hormones of all women to drop to a low base level. As reproductive years come to an end, the lower hormone levels among plant eaters don't crash as hard as they do among animal eaters. Using hypothetical numbers to illustrate the concept, the 168 the China study levels of plant eaters may crash from 40 to 15, rather than 60 to 15 for animal eaters. These abrupt hormone changes in the body are what cause menopausal symptoms. Therefore, a plant-based diet leads to less severe hormone crash and a gentler menopause. This argument is eminently reasonable based on what we know, although more studies would be helpful. But even if future studies fail to confirm these details, a plant-based diet still offers the lowest risk for both breast cancer and heart disease for other reasons. It might just be the best of all worlds, something that no drug can offer. In each of the various issues involving breast cancer risk, tamoxifen use, HRT use, environmental chemical exposure, preventive mastectomy, I am convinced that these practices are distractions that prevent us from considering a safer and far more useful nutritional strategy. It is critical that we change the way we think about this disease, and that we provide this information to the women who need it. Large bowel cancer, including colon and rectum. At the end of June 2002, George W. Bush handed the presidency over to Dick Cheney for a period of roughly 2 hours while he underwent a colonoscopy. Because of the implications President Bush's colonoscopy had for world politics, the story made national news, and colon and rectal screening were briefly thrust into the spotlight. Across the country, whether the comedians were making jokes or the news anchors were describing the drama, everybody was suddenly, briefly, talking about this thing called a colonoscopy and what it was for. It was a rare moment in which the country turned its focus to some of the most prolific killer diseases, colon and rectal cancers. Because colon and rectal cancers are both cancers of the large bowel, and because of their other similarities, they often are grouped together under the term colorectal cancer. Colorectal cancer is the fourth most common cancer worldwide. In terms of overall mortality 60, it is the second most common in the United States, with 6% of Americans getting the cancer during their lifetime. 3. Some even claim that, by age 70, 1/2 of the population of westernized countries will develop a tumor in the large bowel, and low percent of these cases will progress to a malignancy. 6L. 0mm0n, AN, ERS, BREASTPR 0 State ILARGE BEL 69. Geographic disparity. North America, Europe, Australia, and wealthier Asian countries Japan, Singapore, have very high rates of colorectal cancer, while Africa, Asia and most of Central and South America have very low rates of this cancer. For example, the Czech Republic has a death rate of 34.19 per 100,000 males, while Bangladesh has a death rate of 0.63 per 100,000 males. 62,63 Chart 8.3 shows a comparison of average death rates between more developed countries and less developed countries. All these rates are age-adjusted. The fact that rates of colorectal cancer vary hugely between countries has been known for decades. The question has always been why? Are the differences due to genetics or to environment? It seems that environmental factors, including diet, play the most important roles in colorectal cancer. Migrant studies have shown that as people move from a low cancer risk area to a high cancer risk area, they assume an increased risk within 2 generations. 64 This suggests that diet and lifestyle are important causes of this cancer. Other studies have also found that rates of colorectal cancer change rapidly as a population's diet or lifestyle changes. 64 These rapid changes in cancer rates within one population cannot possibly be explained by changes in inherited genes. In the context of human society, it takes thousands of Chart 8.3, colorectal cancer death rate in more developed countries and less developed countries. 18. Death 16. Rate per 14. 100,000 12. People 10. Age 8. Adjusted 6. 4. 2. 0. More developed countries. Less developed countries. Male. J. Female. 170 The China study. Years to get widespread, permanent changes in the inherited genes that are passed from one generation to the next. Clearly, something about environment or lifestyle is either preventing or enhancing the risk of getting colorectal cancer. In a landmark paper published almost 30 years ago, researchers compared environmental factors and cancer rates in 32 countries around the world. 65 One of the strongest links between any cancer and any dietary factor was between colon cancer and meat intake. Chart 8. 4 shows this link for women in 23 different countries. In this report, countries where more meat, more animal protein, more sugar and fewer cereal grains were consumed had far higher rates of colon cancer. 65 Another researcher whom I mentioned in Chapter 4, Dennis Burkett, hypothesized that intake of dietary fiber was essential for digestive health in general. He compared stool samples and fiber intakes in Africa and Europe and proposed that colorectal cancers were largely the result of low fiber intake. 66 Fiber, remember, is only found in plant foods. It is the part of the plant that our body cannot digest. Using data from another famous study that compared diets in 7 different countries, researchers found that eating an additional 10 grams of dietary fiber a day lowered the long-term risk of colon cancer by 33%. 67 There are 10 grams of fiber in 1 cup of red raspberries, 1 Asian pear or Chart 8.4, female colon cancer incidence and daily meat consumption. New Zealand, USA, Canada, Denmark, Sweden. UK, Netherlands, Norway FDR. Israel Iceland. Jamaica Finland Puerto Rico Germany. Yugoslavia. Poland. Japan. Chile Romania. Hungary. Nigeria Colombia. 40 80 120 160 200 240 280 320. Per capita daily meat consumption, grams. Common cancers, breast, prostate, large bowel 171. 1 cup of peas. A cup of just about any variety of bean would provide significantly more than 10 grams of fiber. From all this research, it seems clear that something can be said for the importance of diet in colorectal cancer. But what exactly stops colon and rectal cancer? Is it fiber? Is it fruits and vegetables? Is it carbohydrates? Is it milk? Each of these foods or nutrients has been suggested to play a role. The debate has raged, and solid answers are seldom agreed upon. The specific cure. Most of the debate over the past 25 years on dietary fiber and its link to large bowel cancer began with Burkitt's work in Africa. Because of Burkitt's prominence, many people have believed that fiber is the source of colorectal health. Perhaps you have already heard that fiber is good for preventing colon cancer. At least you probably have heard that fiber keeps things running well. Isn't that what prunes are known for? Yet nobody has ever been able to prove that fiber is the magic bullet for preventing colorectal cancer. There are important technical reasons why a definitive conclusion regarding fiber is difficult to make. 68 each of these reasons is related either directly or indirectly to the fact that dietary fiber is not a single, simple substance producing a single, simple benefit. Fiber represents hundreds of substances, and its benefits operate through an exceptionally complex series of biochemical and physiological events. Each time researchers assess the consumption of dietary fiber, they must decide which of the hundreds of fiber subfractions to measure and which methods to use. It is nearly impossible to establish a standard procedure because it is virtually impossible to know what each fiber subfraction does in the body. The uncertainty of having a standard procedure prompted us to measure fiber in more than a dozen ways in our China study. As summarized in Chapter 4, as consumption of almost all of these fiber types went up, colon and rectal cancer rates went down. 69 But we could make no clear interpretation 70 as to which type of fiber was especially important. Despite the uncertainties, I continue to believe that Burkitt's 66 initial hypothesis that fiber-containing diets prevent colorectal cancers is correct, and that some of this effect is due to the aggregate effect of all the fiber types. In fact, the hypothesis that dietary fiber prevents large 172 the China study bowel cancers has become even more convincing. In 1990, a group of researchers reviewed 60 different studies that had been done on fiber and colon cancer. 71 They found that most of the studies supported the idea that fiber protects against colon cancer. They noted that the combined results showed that the people who consumed the most fiber had a 43% lower risk of colon cancer than the people who consumed the least fiber. 71 Those who consumed the most vegetables had a 52% lower risk than those who consumed the least vegetables. 71 But even in this large review of the evidence, researchers noted, the data do not permit discrimination between effects due to fiber and non-fiber effects due to vegetables. 71 So is fiber, all by itself, the magic bullet we've been looking for? We still, in 1990, didn't know. 2 years later, in 1992, a different group of researchers reviewed 13 studies that had compared people with and without colorectal cancer. Case control design. Point 72. They found that those who had consumed the most fiber had a 47% lower risk of colorectal cancer than those who consumed the least. Point 72. In fact, they found that if Americans ate an additional 13 grams of fiber a day from food sources, not as supplements, about a third of all colorectal cancer cases in the U.S. could be avoided. Point 72. If you'll remember, 13 grams, in real-world terms, is the amount found in about a cup of any variety of beans. More recently, a mammoth study called the EPIC study collected data on fiber intake and colorectal cancer in 519,000 people across Europe. 73. They found that the 20% of people who consumed the most fiber in their diet, about 34 grams per day, had a 42% lower risk of colorectal cancer than the 20% who consumed the least fiber in their diet, about 13 grams per day. Point 73. It's important to note once again that, as with all of these studies, dietary fiber was obtained in food, not as supplements. So all we can say is fiber-containing diets seem to significantly reduce the risk of colorectal cancer. We still can't say anything definitive about isolated fiber itself. This means that attempts to add isolated fiber to foods may not produce benefits. But consuming plant foods naturally high in fiber is clearly beneficial. These foods include vegetables, the non-root parts, fruits, and whole grains. In reality, we can't even be sure how much of the prevention of colorectal cancer is due to fiber-containing foods, because as people eat more of these foods they usually consume less animal-based foods. In other words, are fruits, vegetables, and whole grains protective, or is meat dangerous? Or is it both? A recent study in South Africa helped common cancers, breast, prostate, large bowel 173. To answer these questions, white South Africans have 17 times more large bowel cancer than black South Africans, and this was first thought to be due to the much higher consumption of dietary fiber among black South Africans provided by unrefined maize. 74. However, in more recent years, black South Africans have been increasingly consuming commercially refined maize meal maize minus its fiber. They now eat even less fiber than the white South Africans. Yet, colon cancer rates among blacks remain at a low level 15, which calls into question how much of the cancer protective effect is due to dietary fiber alone. A more recent study 76 showed that the higher colon cancer rates among white South Africans could well be due to their elevated consumption of animal protein, 77 vs. 25 g/day, total fat, LL5 vs. 71 g/day, and cholesterol, 408 vs. 2 llmg/day, as seen in chart 8.5. The researchers suggested that the much higher colon cancer rates among white South chart 8.5, intake of animal protein, total fat and cholesterol among black and white South Africans. 174. The China study. Africans may be more related to the quantity of animal protein and fat in their diets than they're lacking the protective factor of dietary fiber. 76. What is clear is that diets naturally high in fiber and low in animal-based foods can prevent colorectal cancer. Even in the absence of more specific details, we can still make important public health recommendations. The data clearly show that a whole foods, plant-based diet can dramatically lower colorectal cancer rates. We don't need to know which fiber is responsible, what mechanism is involved, or even how much of the effect is independently due to fiber. Other factors. It has been recently noted that the same risk factors that promote colorectal cancer, a diet low in fruits and vegetables and high in animal foods and refined carbohydrates, can also promote insulin resistance syndrome. 77, 79. From there, scientists have hypothesized that insulin resistance may be responsible for colon cancer. 77 to 82. Insulin resistance was described in Chapter 6 as a diabetic condition. And what's good for keeping insulin resistance under control is also good for colon cancer. A diet of whole, plant-based foods. This diet happens to be very high in carbohydrates, which have recently been under assault in the marketplace. Because carbohydrate confusion persists, let me remind you that there are two different types of carbohydrates: refined carbohydrates and complex carbohydrates. Refined carbohydrates are the starches and sugars obtained from plants by mechanically stripping off their outer layers, which contain most of the plant's vitamins, minerals, protein, and fiber. This food, regular sugar, white flour, etc., has very little nutritional value. Foods such as pastas made from refined flour, sugary cereals, white bread, candies, and sugar-laden soft drinks should be avoided as much as possible. But do eat whole, complex carbohydrate-containing foods such as unprocessed fresh fruits and vegetables, and whole grain products like brown rice and oatmeal. These unprocessed carbohydrates, especially from fruits and vegetables, are exceptionally health-promoting. You also may have heard that calcium is beneficial in fighting colon cancer. This, of course, gets extended to the argument that cow's milk fights colon cancer. It has been hypothesized that high calcium diets prevent colon cancer in two ways. First, it inhibits the growth of critical cells in the colon S3.S4, and second, it binds up intestinal bile acids. These bile acids arise in the liver, move to the intestine, and are thought to get omen, ERS, breast, prostate, large bowel 175 into the large bowel and promote colon cancer development. By binding these bile acids, calcium is said to prevent colon cancer. One research group demonstrated that high calcium diets generally, meaning diets high in dairy foods, inhibit the growth of certain cells in the colon 84, but this effect was not entirely consistent for the various indicators of cell growth. Furthermore, it is not clear whether these presumably favorable biochemical effects really lead to less cancer growth. 83, 85. Another research group demonstrated that calcium does reduce the presumably dangerous bile acids, but also observed that a high wheat diet did an even better job of reducing the bile acids. 86. But and this is the really odd part: when a combination high calcium and high wheat diet was consumed, the binding effect on bile acids was weaker than for each individual supplement taken alone. 86. It just goes to show that when individually observed nutrient effects are combined, as in a dietary situation, the expected may become the unexpected. I doubt that a high calcium diet, obtained through calcium supplements or through calcium-rich cow's milk, has a beneficial effect on colon cancer. In rural China, where calcium consumption is modest and almost no dairy food is consumed, 87. Colon cancer rates are not higher. Instead, they are much lower than in the US. The parts of the world that consume the most calcium, Europe and North America, have the highest rates of colorectal cancer. Another lifestyle choice that is clearly important for this disease is exercise. Increased exercise is convincingly associated with less colorectal cancer. In one summary from the World Cancer Research Fund and the American Institute for Cancer Research, 17 out of 20 studies found that exercise protected against colon cancer. 64 Unfortunately, there seems to be no convincing evidence as to why or how this occurs. Screening for trouble. The benefits of exercise bring me back to President George W. Bush. He is known to enjoy staying physically fit with a regular running routine. And that is undoubtedly one of the reasons why he received a clean bill of health when he had a colonoscopy. But what is a colonoscopy anyway? And is it really worth the effort to get checked? When people go to the doctor to get a colonoscopy, the doctor inspects the large bowel using a rectal probe and looks for abnormal tissue growth. The most commonly found abnormality is a polyp, although it is not yet clear exactly how to. 176 The China study. Mores are related to polyps. Most scientists would agree 88,89 that they share similar dietary associations and genetic characteristics. Those people who have non-cancerous problems in the large bowel, such as polyps, often are the same people who later develop cancerous tumors. So getting screened for polyps or other problems is a reasonable way to establish risk for large bowel cancer in the future. But what if you have a polyp? What is the best thing to do? Will surgical removal of the polyp lessen colon cancer risk? A nationwide study has shown that when polyps were removed, there was a 76 to 90% decrease in the expected cases of colon cancer. 89,90 This certainly supports the idea of routine screening. 89,91 It is commonly recommended that people get a colonoscopy once every 10 years starting at the age of 50. If you have a higher risk of colorectal cancer, it is recommended that you start at the age of 40 and screen more frequently. How do you know if you are at a higher risk for colorectal cancer? We can very roughly assess our personal genetic risk in several ways. We can consider the probability of our getting colon cancer based on the number of immediate family members who already have the disease. We can screen for the presence of polyps, and we now can clinically test for the presence of suspect genes. 92. This is an excellent example of how genetic research can lead to a better understanding of complex diseases. However, in the enthusiasm for studying the genetic basis for this cancer, two things often get overlooked. First, the proportion of colon cancer cases attributed to known inherited genes is only about 1_3%. 89 Another 10–30%. 89 tend to occur in some families more than others, called familial clustering, an effect possibly reflective of a significant genetic contribution. These numbers, however, exaggerate the number of cancers that are solely due to genes. Except for the very few people whose colon cancer risk is largely determined by known inherited genes, 1 to 3%, most of the family-connected colon cancer cases, i.e., the additional 10 to 30%, are still largely determined by environmental and dietary factors. After all, place of residence and diet are often shared experiences within families. Even if you have a high genetic risk, a healthy plant-based diet is capable of negating most, if not all, of that risk by controlling the expression of these genes. Because a high-fiber diet can only prevent colon cancer, extra fiber won't ever promote colon cancer. Dietary recommendations should be the same regardless of one's genetic risk. Common cancers: breast, prostate, large bowel. 177. Prostate cancer. I suspect that most people do not know exactly what a prostate is, even though prostate cancer is commonly discussed. The prostate is a male reproductive organ about the size of a walnut, located between the bladder and the colon. It is responsible for producing some of the fluid that helps sperm on its quest to fertilize the female's egg. For such a little thing, it sure can cause a lot of problems. Several of my friends now have prostate cancer or closely related conditions, and they aren't alone. As one recent report pointed out, prostate cancer is one of the most commonly diagnosed cancers among men in the United States, representing about 25% of all tumors. 93 as many as half of all men 70 years and older have latent prostate cancer. 94 a silent form of the cancer which is not yet causing discomfort. Prostate cancer is not only extremely prevalent, but also slow growing. Only 7% of diagnosed prostate cancer victims die within 5 years. 95 this makes it difficult to know how and if the cancer should be treated. The main question for the patient and doctor is, will this cancer become life-threatening before death comes from other causes? One of the markers used to determine the likelihood of prostate cancer becoming life-threatening is the blood level of prostate-specific antigen, PSA. Men are diagnosed as having prostate problems when their PSA levels are above 4. But this test alone is hardly a firm diagnosis of cancer, especially if the PSA level is barely above 4. The ambiguity of this test leads to some very difficult decision-making. Occasionally, my friends ask for my opinion. Should they have a little surgery or a lot? Is a PSA value of 6.0 a serious problem or just a wake-up call? If it's a wake-up call, then what must they do to reduce such a number? While I cannot speak to the clinical condition of an individual, I can speak to the research, and of the research I have seen, there is no doubt that diet plays a key role in this disease. Although there is debate regarding the specifics of diet and this cancer, let's start with some very safe assumptions that have long been accepted in the research community. Prostate cancer rates vary widely between different countries, even more than breast cancer. High prostate cancer rates primarily exist in societies with Western diets and lifestyles. 178 The China Study. In developing countries, men who adopt Western eating practices or move to Western countries suffer more prostate cancer. These disease patterns are similar to those of other diseases of affluence. Mostly this tells us that although prostate cancer certainly has a genetic component, environmental factors play the dominant role. So, what environmental factors are important? You can guess that I'm going to say plant-based foods are good and animal-based foods are bad, but do we know anything more specific? Surprisingly, one of the most consistent, specific links between diet and prostate cancer has been dairy consumption. A 2001 Harvard review of the research could hardly be more convincing. 12 of 14 case control studies and 7 of 9 cohort studies have observed a positive association for some measure of dairy products and prostate cancer. This is one of the most consistent dietary predictors for prostate cancer in the published literature. My emphasis in these studies, men with the highest dairy intakes had approximately double the risk of total prostate cancer, and up to a 4-fold increase in risk of metastatic or fatal prostate cancer relative to low consumers. 96. Let's consider that again. Dairy intake is one of the most consistent dietary predictors for prostate cancer in the published literature, and those who consume the most dairy have double to quadruple the risk. Another review of published literature done in 1998 reached a similar conclusion. In ecologic data, correlations exist between per capita meat and Dairy consumption and prostate cancer mortality rate. One study cited. In case control and prospective studies, the major contributors of animal protein, meats, dairy products, and eggs have frequently been associated with a higher risk of prostate cancer. 23 studies cited. Of note, numerous studies have found an association primarily in older men. 6 studies cited. Though not all. One study cited the consistent associations with dairy products could result from, at least in part, their calcium and phosphorus content. 97. 0mm0N, ANCERS, BREAST, prostate, LARGE BOW L179. In other words, an enormous body of evidence shows that animal-based foods are associated with prostate cancer. In the case of dairy, the high intake of calcium and phosphorus also could be partly responsible for this effect. This research leaves little room for dissent. Each of the above studies represents analyses of over a dozen individual studies, providing an impressive bulk of convincing literature. The mechanisms. As we have seen with other forms of cancer, large-scale observational studies show a link between prostate cancer and an animal-based diet, particularly one based heavily on dairy. Understanding the mechanisms behind the observed link between prostate cancer and dairy clinches the argument. The first mechanism concerns a hormone that increases cancer cell growth, a hormone that our bodies make as needed. This growth hormone, insulin-like growth factor 1, IGFL, is turning out to be a predictor of cancer just as cholesterol is a predictor for heart disease. Under normal conditions, this hormone efficiently manages the rates at which cells grow, that is, how they reproduce themselves and how they discard old cells, all in the name of good health. Under unhealthy conditions, however, IGFL becomes more active, increasing the birth and growth of new cells while simultaneously inhibiting the removal of old cells, both of which favor the development of cancer. 7 studies cited. 98. So what does this have to do with the food we eat? It turns out that consuming animal-based foods increases the blood levels of these growth hormone, IGF_P9-101. With regard to prostate cancer, people with higher than normal blood levels of IGFI have been shown to have 5.1 times the risk of advanced stage prostate cancer. 0.98. There's more. When men also have low blood levels of a protein that binds and inactivates IGF_ILO2, they will have 9.5 times the risk of advanced stage prostate cancer. 98. Let's put a few stars by these numbers. They are big and impressive, and fundamental to this finding is the fact that we make more IGFI when we consume animal-based foods like meat and dairy. 0.99-101. The second mechanism relates to vitamin D metabolism. This vitamin is not a nutrient that we need to consume. Our body can make all that we need simply by being in sunlight 15 to 30 minutes every couple of days. In addition to the production of vitamin D being 180, the China study affected by sunlight, it is also affected by the food that we eat. The formation of the most active form of vitamin D is a process that is closely monitored and controlled by our bodies. This process is a great example of our body's natural balancing act, affecting not only prostate cancer, but breast cancer, colon cancer, osteoporosis, and autoimmune diseases like type 1 diabetes. Because of its importance for multiple diseases, and because of the complexity involved in explaining how it all works, I have provided in Appendix C an abbreviated scheme, just enough to illustrate my point. This web of reactions illustrates many similar and highly integrated reaction networks showing how food controls health. The main component of this process is an active form of vitamin D, produced in the body from the vitamin D that we get from food or sunshine. This active or supercharged D produces many benefits throughout the body, including the prevention of cancer, autoimmune diseases, and diseases like osteoporosis. This all-important supercharged D is not something that you get from food or from a drug. A drug composed of isolated supercharged D would be far too powerful and far too dangerous for medical use. Your body uses a carefully composed series of controls and sensors to produce just the right amount of supercharged D for each task at exactly the right time. As it turns out, our diet can determine how much of this supercharged D is produced and how it works once it is produced. Animal protein that we consume has the tendency to block the production of supercharged D, leaving the body with low levels of this vitamin D in the blood. If these low levels persist, prostate cancer can result. Also, persistently high intakes of calcium create an environment where supercharged D declines, thus adding to the problem. So what food substance has both animal protein and large amounts of calcium? Milk and other dairy foods. This fits in perfectly with the evidence that links dairy consumption with prostate cancer. This information provides what we call biological plausibility and shows how the observational data fit together. To review the mechanisms, animal protein causes the body to produce more IGFL, which in turn throws cell growth and removal out of whack, stimulating cancer development. Animal protein suppresses the production of supercharged D. Excessive calcium, as found in milk, also suppresses the production of supercharged D. Common cancers: breast, prostate, large bowel. 181. Supercharged D is responsible for creating a wide variety of health benefits in the body. Persistently low levels of supercharged D create an inviting environment for different cancers, autoimmune diseases, osteoporosis and other diseases. The important story here is how the effects of food, both good and bad, operate through a symphony of coordinated reactions to prevent diseases like prostate cancer. In discovering the existence of these networks, we sometimes wonder which specific function comes first and which comes next. We tend to think of these reactions within the network as independent. But this surely misses the point. What impresses me is the multitude of reactions working together in so many ways to produce the same effect, in this case, to prevent disease. There is no single mechanism that fully explains what causes diseases such as cancer. Indeed, it would be foolish to even think along these lines. But what I do know is this: the totality and breadth of the evidence, operating through highly coordinated networks, supports the conclusions that consuming dairy and meat are serious risk factors for prostate cancer. Bringing it together, roughly 500,000 Americans this year will go to the doctor's office and be told that they have cancer of the breast, prostate, or large bowel. People who get one of these cancers represent 40% of all new cancer patients. These three cancers devastate the lives of not only the victims themselves, but also their family and friends. When my mother-in-law died of colon cancer at the age of 51, none of us knew that much about nutrition or what it meant for health. It wasn't that we didn't care about the health of our loved ones, of course we did. We just didn't have the information. Yet, over 30 years later, not much has changed. Of the people you know who have cancer, or are at risk of having cancer, how many of them have considered the possibility of adopting a whole foods, plant-based diet to improve their chances? I'm guessing very few of them have done so. Probably they, too, don't have the information. Our institutions and information providers are failing us. Even cancer organizations, at both the national and local level, are reluctant to discuss or even believe this evidence. Food as a key to health represents a powerful challenge to conventional medicine, which is fundamentally built on 182 The China Study. Drugs and Surgery, see Part 4. The widespread communities of nutrition professionals, researchers, and doctors are, as a whole, either unaware of this evidence or reluctant to share it. Because of these failings, Americans are being cheated out of information that could save their lives. There is enough evidence now that doctors should be discussing the option of pursuing dietary change as a potential path to cancer prevention and treatment. There is enough evidence now that the U.S. government should be discussing the idea that the toxicity of our diet is the single biggest cause of cancer. There is enough evidence now that local breast cancer alliances and prostate and colon cancer institutions should be discussing the possibility of providing information to Americans everywhere on how a whole foods, plant-based diet may be an incredibly effective anti-cancer medicine. If these discussions were to happen, it is possible that, next year, fewer than 500,000 people would go to the doctor's office and be told they have cancer of the breast, prostate, or large bowel. The year after that, even fewer friends, co-workers, and family members would be given the most dreaded of all diagnoses. And the following year, even fewer. The possibility that this future could be our reality is real, and as long as this future holds such promise for the health of people everywhere, it is a future worth working for. Autoimmune diseases. No group of diseases is more insidious than autoimmune diseases. They are difficult to treat, and progressive loss of physical and mental function is a common outcome. Unlike heart disease, cancer, obesity, and type 2 diabetes, with autoimmune diseases the body systematically attacks itself. The afflicted patient is almost guaranteed to lose. 250,000 people in the US are diagnosed with one of the 40 separate autoimmune diseases each year. 2 women are 2.7 times more likely to be afflicted than are men. About 3% of Americans, 1 in every 31 people, have an autoimmune disease, a staggering total of 8.5 million people. Some people put the total at as many as 12 to 13 million people. 3. The more common of these diseases are listed in Chart 9.1. 2. The first 9 comprise 97% of all autoimmune disease cases. 2. The most studied are multiple sclerosis, MS, rheumatoid arthritis, lupus, type 1 diabetes, and rheumatic heart disease. 2. These are also the primary autoimmune diseases that have been studied in reference to diet. Others not listed in Chart 9.1 include inflammatory bowel disease 4, Crohn's disease 4, rheumatic heart disease 3, and, possibly, Parkinson's disease. S. Each disease name may sound very different, but as one recent review points out too, it is important to consider these disorders as a group. They show similar clinical backgrounds. 3.6. 7. They sometimes occur in the same person and they are often found in the same populations. 2 milliseconds and type 1 diabetes, for example, have nearly identical. Chart 9.1, Common autoimmune diseases. From most common to least common. Graves' disease, hyperthyroidism, 10. Sjogren's disease. Rheumatoid arthritis 1L. Myasthenia gravis. Thyroiditis, hypothyroidism, 12. Polymyositis/dermatomyositis. Vitiligo 13. Addison's disease. Pernicious anemia 14. Scleroderma. Glomerulonephritis 15. Primary biliary cirrhosis. Multiple sclerosis 16. Uveitis. Type 1 diabetes 17. Chronic active hepatitis. Systemic lupus erythematosus. Ethnic and geographic distribution 8. Autoimmune diseases in general become more common the greater the distance from the equator. This phenomenon has been known since 1922.9 milliseconds, for example, is over 100 times more prevalent in the far north than at the equator. 10. Because of some of these common features, it is not too far-fetched to think of the autoimmune diseases as one grand disease living in different places in the body and taking on different names. We refer in this way to cancer, which is specifically named depending on what part of the body it resides in. All autoimmune diseases are the result of one group of mechanisms gone awry, much like cancer. In this case, the mechanism is the immune system mistakenly attacking cells in its own body. Whether it is the pancreas as in type 1 diabetes, the myelin sheath as in MS or joint tissues as in arthritis, all autoimmune diseases involve an immune system that has revolted. It is an internal mutiny of the worst kind, one in which our body becomes its own worst enemy. Immunity from invaders. The immune system is astonishingly complex. I often hear people speaking about this system as if it were an identifiable organ like a lung. Nothing could be further from the truth. It is a system, not an organ. In essence, our immune system is like a military network designed to defend against foreign invaders. The soldiers of this network are the white blood cells, which are comprised of many different subgroups, each having its own mission. These subgroups are analogous to a Navy, Army, Air Force, and Marines, with each group of specialists doing highly specialized work. Autoimmune diseases 185. The recruitment center for the system is in the marrow of our bones. The marrow is responsible for generating specialized cells called stem cells. Some of these cells are released into circulation for use elsewhere in the body. These are called B cells, for bone. Other cells formed in the bone marrow remain immature, or unspecialized, until they travel to the thymus, an organ in the chest cavity just above the heart, where they become specialized. These are called T cells, for thymus. These soldier cells, along with other specialized cells, team up to create intricate defense plans. They meet at major intersections around the body, including the spleen, just inside the left lower rib cage, and the lymph nodes. These meeting points are like command and control centers, where the soldier cells rearrange themselves into teams to attack foreign invaders. These cells are remarkably adaptable when they form their teams. They are able to respond to different circumstances and different foreign substances, even those they have never before seen. The immune response to these strangers is an incredibly creative process. It is one of the true wonders of nature. The foreign invaders are protein molecules called antigens. These foreign cells can be a bacterium or a virus looking to corrupt the body's integrity, so when our immune system notices these foreign cells, or antigens, it destroys them. Each of these foreign antigens has a separate identity, which is determined by the sequence of amino acids that comprises its proteins. It is analogous to each and every person having a different face. Because numerous amino acids are available for creating proteins, there are infinite varieties of distinctive faces. To counter these antigens, our immune system must customize its defense to each attack. It does this by creating a mirror image protein for each attacker. The mirror image is able to fit perfectly onto the antigen and destroy it. Essentially, the immune system creates a mold for each face it encounters. Every time it sees that face after the initial encounter, it uses the custom-made mold to capture the invader and destroy it. The mold may be a B-cell antibody or a T-cell-based receptor protein. Remembering each defense against each invader is what immunization is all about. An initial exposure to chicken pox, for example, is a difficult battle, but the second time you encounter that virus you will know exactly how to deal with it, and the war will be shorter, less painful, and much more successful. You may not even get sick. 186. The China study. Immunity from ourselves. Even though this system is a wonder of nature when it is defending the body against foreign proteins, it is also capable of attacking the same tissues that it is designed to protect. This self-destructive process is common to all autoimmune diseases. It is as if the body were to commit suicide. One of the fundamental mechanisms for this self-destructive behavior is called molecular mimicry. It so happens that some of the foreign invaders that our soldier cells seek out to destroy look the same as our own cells. The immune system molds that fit these invaders also fit our own cells. The immune system then destroys, under some circumstances, everything that fits the mold, including our own cells. This is an extremely complex self-destructive process involving many different strategies on the part of the immune system, all of which share the same fatal flaw of not being able to distinguish foreign invader proteins from the proteins of our own body. What does all of this have to do with what we eat? It so happens that the antigens that trick our bodies into attacking our own cells may be in food. During the process of digestion, for example, some proteins slip into our bloodstream from the intestine without being fully broken down into their amino acid parts. The remnants of undigested proteins are treated as foreign invaders by our immune system, which sets about making molds to destroy them and sets into motion the self-destructive autoimmune process. One of the foods that supply many of the foreign proteins that mimic our own body proteins is cow's milk. Most of the time, our immune system is quite smart. Just like an army arranges for safeguards against friendly fire, the immune system has safeguards to stop itself from attacking the body it's supposed to protect. Even though an invading antigen looks just like one of the cells in our own body, the system can still distinguish our own cells from the invading antigen. In fact, the immune system may use our own cells to practice making molds against the invader antigen without actually destroying the friendly cell. This is analogous to training camps in preparations for war. When our immune system is working properly, we can use the cells in our body that look like the antigens as a training exercise, without destroying them, to prepare our soldier cells to repulse the invading antigens. It is one more example of the exceptional elegance of nature's ability to regulate itself. Autoimmune diseases. 187. The immune system uses a very delicate process to decide which proteins should be attacked and which should be left alone. The way this process, which is incredibly complex, breaks down with autoimmune diseases is not yet understood. We just know that the immune system loses its ability to differentiate between the body's cells and the invading antigen, and instead of using the body's cells for training, it destroys them along with the invaders. Type 1 diabetes. In the case of type 1 diabetes, the immune system attacks the pancreas, cells responsible for producing insulin. This devastating, incurable disease strikes children, creating a painful and difficult experience for young families. What most people don't know, though, is that there is strong evidence that this disease is linked to diet and, more specifically, to dairy products. The ability of cow's milk protein to initiate type 1 diabetes 12-14 is well documented. The possible initiation of this disease goes like this. A baby is not nursed long enough and is fed cow's milk protein, perhaps in an infant formula. The milk reaches the small intestine, where it is digested down to its amino acid parts. For some infants, cow's milk is not fully digested, and small amino acid chains or fragments of the original protein remain in the intestine. These incompletely digested protein fragments may be absorbed into the blood. The immune system recognizes these fragments as foreign invaders and goes about destroying them. Unfortunately, some of the fragments look exactly the same as the cells of the pancreas that are responsible for making insulin. The immune system loses its ability to distinguish between the cow's milk protein fragments and the pancreatic cells, and destroys them both, thereby eliminating the child's ability to produce insulin. The infant becomes a type 1 diabetic, and remains so for the rest of his or her life. This process boils down to a truly remarkable statement: cow milk may cause one of the most devastating diseases that can befall a child. 4. 188 The China Study. Obvious reasons, this is one of the most contentious issues in nutrition today. One of the more remarkable reports on this cow's milk effect was published over a decade ago, in 1992, in the New England Journal of Medicine. 12 The researchers, from Finland, obtained blood from type 1 diabetic children, aged 4 to 12 years. Then they measured the levels of antibodies that had formed in the blood against an incompletely digested protein of cow's milk called bovine serum albumin, BSA. They did the same process with non-diabetic children and compared the two groups. Remember, an antibody is the mirror image, or mold, of a foreign antigen. Children who had antibodies to cow's milk protein must have previously consumed cow's milk. It also means that undigested protein fragments of the cow's milk proteins had to have entered the infant's circulation in order to cause the formation of antibodies in the first place. The researchers discovered something truly remarkable. Of the 142 diabetic children measured, every single one had antibody levels higher than 3.55. Of the 79 normal children measured, every single one had antibody levels less than 3.55. There is absolutely no overlap between antibodies of healthy and diabetic children. All of the diabetic children had levels of cow's milk antibodies that were higher than those of all of the non-diabetic children. This implies two things: children with more antibodies consumed more cow's milk, and second, increased antibodies may cause type 1 diabetes. These results sent shockwaves through the research community. It was the complete separation of antibody responses that made this study so remarkable. This study 12 and others even earlier 15-17 initiated an avalanche of additional studies over the next several years that continue to this day. 13, 18, 19. Several studies have since investigated this effect of cow's milk on BSA antibody levels. All but one showed that cow's milk increases BSA antibodies in type 1 diabetic children 18, although the responses were quite variable in their magnitude. Over the past decade, scientists have investigated far more than just the PSA antibodies, and a more complete picture is coming into view. Very briefly, it goes something like this: 13, 19, infants or very young children of a certain genetic background, 2021 who are weaned from the breast too early, 22 onto cow's milk and who, perhaps, become infected. Autoimmune was as is 189. With a virus that may corrupt the gut immune system, L9 are likely to have a high risk for type 1 diabetes. A study in Chile 23 considered the first two factors, cow's milk and genes. Genetically susceptible children weaned too early onto cow's milk-based formula had a risk of type 1 diabetes that was 13.1 times greater than children who did not have these genes and who were breastfed for at least 3 months, thus minimizing their exposure to cow's milk. Another study in the US showed that genetically susceptible children fed cow's milk as infants had a risk of disease that was 11.3 times greater than children who did not have these genes and who were breastfed for at least 3 months. 24 This 11 to 13 times greater risk is incredibly large, 1,000 to 1,200%. Anything over 3 to 4 times is usually considered very important. 2. Put this in perspective, smokers have approximately 10 times greater risk of getting lung cancer, still less than the 11 to 13 times risk here, and people with high blood pressure and cholesterol have a 2.5 to 3.0 times greater risk of heart disease, chart 9.2.18. So how much of the 11 to 13 times increased risk of type 1 diabetes is due to early exposure to cow's milk, and how much is due? Chart 9.2, relative risks of various factors on various disease outcomes. 1,200%, 1,000%, 800%, 600%, 400%, 200%. Heart disease, high blood pressure, and cholesterol. Type 1 diabetes, smoking cow's milk, plus high-risk genes. Risk factors. 190 The China study. To genes. These days, there is a popular opinion that type 1 diabetes is due to genetics, an opinion often shared by doctors as well. But genetics alone cannot account for more than a very small fraction of cases of this disease. Genes do not act in isolation, they need a trigger for their effects to be produced. It has also been observed that after one member of identical twin pairs gets type 1 diabetes, there is only a 13 to 33% chance of the second twin getting the disease, even though both twins have the same genes. L3, 20, 21, 25, 26. If it were all due to genes, closer to 2% of the identical twins would get the disease. In addition, it is possible that the 13 to 33% risk for the second twin is due to the sharing of a common environment and diet, factors affecting both twins. Consider, for example, the observation shown in chart 9.3, which highlights the link between one aspect of environment, cow's milk consumption, and this disease. Cow's milk consumption by children 0 to 14 years of age in 12 countries, 27 shows an almost perfect correlation with type 1 diabetes. 28 The greater the consumption of cow's milk, the greater the prevalence of type 1 diabetes. In Finland, type 1 diabetes is 36 times more common than in Japan. 29 Large amounts of cow's milk products are consumed in Finland, but very little is consumed in Japan. Why? Chart 9.3, Association of cow's milk consumption and incidence of type 1 diabetes in different countries. Denmark, New Zealand, Netherlands, Canada, Japan, Israel, France. 100, 200, 300. Cow milk consumption, liters/person/year. Autoimmune diseases 191. As we have seen with other diseases of affluence, when people migrate from areas of the world where disease incidence is low to areas of the world where disease incidence is high, they quickly adopt the high incidence rates as they change their diet and lifestyle. 3032. This shows that even though individuals may have the necessary gene S, the disease will occur only in response to certain dietary and/or environmental circumstances. Disease trends over time show the same thing. The worldwide prevalence of type 1 diabetes is increasing at an alarming rate of 3% per year. 33. This increase is occurring for different populations even though there may be substantial differences in disease rates. This relatively rapid increase cannot be due to genetic susceptibility. The frequency of any one gene in a large population is relatively stable over time, unless there are changing environmental pressures that allow one group to reproduce more successfully than another group. For example, if all families with type 1 diabetic relatives had a dozen babies and all the families without type 1 diabetic relatives died off, then the gene or genes that may be responsible for type 1 diabetes would become much more common in the population. This, of course, is not what is happening, and the fact that type 1 diabetes is increasing 3% every year is very strong evidence that genes are not solely responsible for this disease. It seems to me that we now have impressive evidence showing that cow's milk is likely to be an important cause of type 1 diabetes. When the results of all these studies are combined, both genetically susceptible and not susceptible, we find that children weaned too early and fed cow's milk have, on average, a 50 to 60% higher risk of type 1 diabetes. 1.5 to 1.6 times increased risk. 34. The earlier information on diet and type 1 diabetes was impressive, enough to cause two significant developments. The American Academy of Pediatrics in 1994 strongly encouraged that infants in families where diabetes is more common not be fed cow's milk supplements for their first 2 years of life. Second, many researchers have developed prospective studies the kind that follow individuals into the future to see if a careful monitoring of diet and lifestyle could explain the onset of type 1 diabetes. Two of the better known of these studies have been underway in Finland, one starting in the late 1980s 15 and the other in the mid-1990s. 35. One has shown that cow's milk consumption increases the risk of type 1 diabetes 5 to 6-fold. 36 while the second 35 tells us that cow's milk increases the development of at least another 3 to 4 antibodies. 192 The China study. In addition to those presented previously, p. 190. In a separate study, antibodies to beta-casein, another cow's milk protein, were significantly elevated in bottle-fed infants compared to breast-fed infants. Children with type 1 diabetes also had higher levels of these antibodies. 37 In short, of the studies that have reported results, the findings strongly confirm the danger of cow's milk, especially for genetically susceptible children. The controversy of controversy. Imagine looking at the front page of the newspaper and finding the following headline: Cow's milk the likely cause of lethal type 1 diabetes. Because the reaction would be so strong, and the economic impact monumental, this headline won't be written anytime soon, regardless of the scientific evidence. Stifling this headline is accomplished under the powerful label of controversy. With so much at stake, and so much information understood by so few people, it is easy to generate and sustain controversy. Controversies are a natural part of science. Too often, however, controversy is not the result of legitimate scientific debate, but instead reflects the perceived need to delay and distort research results. For example, if I say cigarettes are bad for you and provide a mountain of evidence to support my contention, the tobacco companies might come along and pick out one unsolved detail and then claim that the whole idea of cigarettes being unhealthy is mired in controversy, thereby nullifying all my conclusions. This is easy to do, because there will always be unsolved details. This is the nature of science. Some groups use controversy to stifle certain ideas, impede constructive research, confuse the public and turn public policy into babble rather than substance. Sustaining controversy as a means of discrediting findings that cause economic or social discomfort is one of the greatest sins in science. It can be difficult for the layperson to assess the legitimacy of a highly technical controversy such as that regarding cow's milk and type 1 diabetes. This is true even if the layperson is interested in reading scientific articles. Take a recent scientific review 38 of the cow's milk type 1 diabetes association. In 10 human studies, all case control, summarized in a paper published as part of a controversial topic series, 38 the authors concluded that 5 of the 10 studies showed a statistically significant positive association between cow's milk and type 1 diabetes and 5 did. Autoimmune diseases 193. Not. Obviously, this at first seems to demonstrate considerable uncertainty, going a long way to discredit the hypothesis. However, the 5 studies that were counted as negative did not show that cow's milk decreased type 1 diabetes. These 5 studies showed no statistically significant effect either way. In contrast, there are a total of 5 statistically significant studies and all 5 showed the same result. Early cow's milk consumption is associated with increased risk of type 1 diabetes. There is only one chance in 64 that this was a random or chance result. There are many reasons, some seen and some unseen, why an experiment would find no statistically significant relationship between 2 factors, even when a relationship really exists. Perhaps the study didn't include enough people, and statistical certainty was unattainable. Perhaps most of the subjects had very similar feeding practices, limiting detection of the relationship you might otherwise see. Maybe trying to measure infant feeding practices from years ago was inaccurate enough that it obscured the relationship that does exist. Perhaps the researchers were studying the wrong period of time in an infant's life. The point is, if 5 of the 10 studies did find a statistically significant relationship, and all 5 showed that cow's milk consumption is linked to increasing type 1 diabetes, and none show that cow's milk consumption is linked to decreasing type 1 diabetes, I could hardly justify saying, as the authors of this review did, that the hypothesis has become quite murky with inconsistencies in the literature. 38. In this same review 38 the authors summarized additional studies that indirectly compared breastfeeding practices associated with cow's milk consumption and type 1 diabetes. This compilation involved 52 possible comparisons, 20 of which were statistically significant. Of these 20 significant findings, 19 favored an association of cow's milk with disease, and only one did not. Again, the odds heavily favored the hypothesized association, something that the authors failed to note. I cite this example not only to support the evidence showing a cow's milk effect on type 1 diabetes, but also to illustrate one tactic that is often used to make something controversial when it is not. This practice is more common than it should be and is a source of unnecessary confusion. When researchers do this, even if they do it unintentionally, they often have a serious prejudice against the hypothesis in the first place. Indeed, shortly after I wrote this, I heard a brief national public radio interview on the type 1 diabetes problem with the senior author. 194 The China Study. Of this review paper. 38 Suffice it to say, the author did not acknowledge the evidence for the cow's milk hypothesis. Because this issue has mammoth financial implications for American agriculture, and because so many people have such intense personal biases against it, it is unlikely that this diabetes research will reach the American media anytime soon. However, the depth and breadth of evidence now implicating cow's milk as a cause of type 1 diabetes is overwhelming, even though the very complex mechanistic details are not yet fully understood. We not only have evidence of the danger of cow's milk, we also have considerable evidence showing that the association between diabetes and cow's milk is biologically plausible. Human breast milk is the perfect food for an infant, and one of the most damaging things a mother can do is to substitute the milk of a cow for her own multiple sclerosis and other autoimmune diseases. Multiple sclerosis, MS, is a particularly difficult autoimmune disease, both for those who have it and for those who care for its victims. It is a lifelong battle involving a variety of unpredictable and serious disabilities. MS patients often pass through episodes of acute attacks while gradually losing their ability to walk or to see. After 10 to 15 years, they often are confined to a wheelchair, and then to a bed for the rest of their lives. About 400,000 people in the US alone have the disease, according to the National Multiple Sclerosis Society. 39 It is a disease that is initially diagnosed between 20 and 40 years of age and strikes women about 3 times more often than men. Even though there is widespread medical and scientific interest in this disease, most authorities claim to know very little about causes or cures. Major multiple sclerosis internet websites all claim that the disease is an enigma. They generally list genetics, viruses, and environmental factors as possibly playing roles in the development of this disease, but pay almost no heed to a possible role for diet. This is peculiar, considering the wealth of intriguing information on the effects of food that is available from reputable research reports. 4. 0 to -42 Once again, cow's milk appears to play an important role. The multiple symptoms of this disease represent a nervous system gone awry. The electrical signals carrying messages to and from the central nervous system, brain and spinal cord, and out through the peripheral nervous system to the rest of the body are not well coordinated. L. Autoimmune diseases 195. And controlled. This is because the insulating cover or sheath of the nerve fibers, the myelin, is being destroyed by an autoimmune reaction. Think of what would happen to your household wiring if the electrical insulation became thin or was stripped away, leaving bare wires. The electrical signals would be short-circuited. That is what happens with MS. The wayward electrical signals may destroy cells and burn patches of neighboring tissue, leaving little scars or bits of sclerotic tissue. These burns can become serious and ultimately destroy the body. The initial research showing an effect of diet on MS goes back more than half a century to the research of Dr. Roy Swank, who began his work in Norway and at the Montreal Neurological Institute during the 1940s. Later, Dr. Swank headed the Division of Neurology at the University of Oregon Medical SHU 1.43. Dr. Swank became interested in the dietary connection when he learned that MS appeared to be more common in the northern climates, why there is a huge difference in MS prevalence as one moves away from the equator. MS is over 100 times more prevalent in the far north than at the equator L-degree and 7 times more prevalent in South Australia, closer to the South Pole, than in North Australia. 44. This distribution is very similar to the distribution of other autoimmune diseases, including type 1 diabetes and rheumatoid arthritis. 45,46. Although some scientists speculated that magnetic fields might be responsible for the disease, Dr. Swank thought it was diet, especially animal-based foods high in saturated fats. 43. He found that inland dairy-consuming areas of Norway had higher rates of MS than coastal fish-consuming areas. Dr. Swank conducted his best-known trial on 144 milliseconds patients recruited from the Montreal Neurological Institute. He kept records on these patients for the next 34 years. Why he advised his patients to consume a diet low in saturated fat, most of whom did, but many of whom did not. He then classified them as good dieters or poor dieters, based on whether they consumed less than 20 day or more than 20 day of saturated fat. For comparison, a bacon cheeseburger with condiments has about 16 grams of saturated fat. One small frozen chicken pot pie has almost 10 grams of saturated fat. As the study continued, Dr. Swank found that progression of disease was greatly reduced by the low saturated fat diet, which worked even for people with initially advanced conditions. He summarized his work in 1990, 47, concluding that for the subgroup of patients who began the 196 the China study. Chart 9.4, MS death rate after 144 patients dieted for 34 years. 70%, 60%, 50%, who 40%, died of MS 30%, 20%, 10%, 0%, poor dieters, good dieters. Low saturated fat diet during the earlier stages of their disease, about 95%. Remained only mildly disabled for approximately 30 years. Only 5% of these patients died. In contrast, 80% of the patients with early stage MS who consumed the poor diet, higher saturated fat, died of MS. The results from all 144 patients, including those who started the diet at a later stage of disease, are shown in chart 9.4. This work is remarkable. To follow people for 34 years is an exceptional demonstration of perseverance and dedication. Moreover, if this were a study testing a potential drug, these findings would make any pharmaceutical manufacturer jingle the coins in his or her pocket. Swank's first results were published more than a half century ago. 48 then. Again 49 and again 50 and again 47 for the next 40 years. More recently, additional studies 42, 51, 52 have confirmed and extended Swank's observations and gradually have begun to place more emphasis on cow's milk. These new studies show that consuming cow's milk is strongly linked to MS both when comparing different countries 52 and when comparing states within the U.S.51 chart 9.5, published by French researchers, compares the consumption of cow's milk with MS. for 26 populations in 24 countries. 52. This relationship, which is virtually identical to that for type 1 diabetes, is remarkable, and it is not due to variables such as the availability of medical services or geographic latitude. 51 in some studies. 52. 53. Researchers suggest this strong correlation with fresh cow's milk might autoimmune diseases. Chart 9.5, Association of cow's milk consumption and multiple sclerosis. Milk consumption, kg/inhabitants/year. Be due to the presence of a virus in the milk. These more recent studies also suggest that saturated fat alone probably was not fully responsible for Swank's results. The consumption of meat high in saturated fat, like milk, was also associated with MS in these multi-country studies. 54. While the consumption of fish, containing more omega-3 fat, was associated with low rates of disease. S5. The association of cow's milk with MS, shown in chart 9.5, may be impressive, but it does not constitute proof. For example, where do genes and viruses come into play? Each of these, in theory, might account for the unusual geographic distribution of this disease. In the case of viruses, no definite conclusions are yet possible. A variety of different virus types have been suggested and a variety of effects on the immune system may be involved. However, nothing very convincing has been proven. Some of the evidence is based on finding more viral antibodies in MS patients than in controls. Some is based on sporadic outbreaks of MS among isolated communities, and some is based on finding virus-like genes among MS cases. 13. 19.56. With regard to genes, we can begin to puzzle out their association with MS by asking the usual question: what happens to people who migrate from one population to another, keeping their genes the same? 198. The China study. But changing their diets and their environment? The answer is the same as it was for cancer, heart disease, and type 2 diabetes. People acquire the risk of the population to which they move, especially if they move before their adolescent years. 57. 58. This tells us that this disease is more strongly related to environmental factors than it is to genes. 59. Specific genes have been identified as possible candidates for causing MS, but, according to a recent report, there may be as many as 25 genes playing such a role. Therefore, it will undoubtedly be a long time before we determine with any precision which genes or combinations of genes predispose someone to MS. Genetic predisposition may make a difference as to who gets MS, but even at best, genes can only account for about 1/4 of the total disease risk. 60. Although MS and type 1 diabetes share some of the same unanswered questions on the exact roles of viruses and genes and the immune system, they also share the same alarming evidence regarding diet. 4. Both diseases, a Western diet is strongly associated with disease incidence, despite the efforts of those who would rather dismiss or mire these observational studies in controversy. They paint a consistent picture. Intervention studies conducted on people already suffering from these diseases only reinforce the findings of the observational studies. Dr. Swank did brilliant work on MS, and you may recall from Chapter 7 that Dr. James Anderson successfully reduced the medication requirements for type 1 diabetics using diet alone. It's important to note that both of these doctors used a diet that was significantly more moderate than a total whole foods, plant-based diet. I wonder what would happen to these autoimmune patients if the ideal diet were followed. I would bet on even greater success. The commonality of autoimmune diseases. What about other autoimmune diseases? There are dozens of autoimmune diseases, and I have mentioned only two of the more prominent ones. Can we say anything about autoimmune diseases as a whole? To answer this question, we need to identify how much these diseases have in common. The more they have in common, the greater the probability that they also will share a common cause, or causes. This is like seeing two people you don't know, both of whom have a similar body type, hair color, eye color, facial features, physical and vocal mannerisms, and age, and concluding that they come from the same parents. Just as we hypothesized that diseases of affluence such as cancer and autoimmune diseases 199 heart disease have common causes because they share similar geography and similar biochemical biomarkers, Chapter 4, we can also hypothesize that MS, type 1 diabetes, rheumatoid arthritis, lupus, and other autoimmune diseases may share a similar cause if they exhibit similar characteristics. First, by definition, each of these diseases involves an immune system that has gone awry in such a way that it attacks self-proteins that look the same as foreign proteins. Second, all the autoimmune diseases that have been studied have been found to be more common at the higher geographic latitudes, where there is less constant sunshine. 910, 61. Third, some of these diseases have a tendency to afflict the same people. MS and type 1 diabetes, for example, have been shown to coexist in the same individuals. 62. 65. Parkinson's disease, a non-autoimmune disease with autoimmune characteristics, is often found with MS, both within the same geographic region. 66. And within the same individuals. 5. MS also has been associated either geographically or within the same individuals with other autoimmune diseases like lupus, myasthenia gravis, Graves' disease, and eosinophilic vasculitis. 63. Juvenile rheumatoid arthritis, another autoimmune disease, has been shown to have an unusually strong association with Hashimoto thyroiditis. 67. Fourth, of those diseases studied in relation to nutrition, the consumption of animal-based foods, especially cow's milk, is associated with greater disease risk. Fifth, there is evidence that a virus, or viruses, may trigger the onset of several of these diseases. A sixth and most important characteristic binding together these diseases is the evidence that their mechanisms of action have much in common, jargon used to describe the how-to of disease formation. As we consider common mechanisms of action, we might start with sunlight exposure, because this somehow seems linked to the autoimmune diseases. Sunlight exposure, which decreases with increasing latitude, could be important, but clearly there are other factors. The consumption of animal-based foods, especially cow's milk, also increases with distance from the equator. In fact, in one of the more extensive studies, cow's milk was found to be as good of a predictor of MS as latitude, LE, sunshine, Y. In Dr. Swank's studies in Norway, MS was less common near the coastal areas of the country where fish intake was more common. This gave rise to the idea that the omega-3 fats common 200 the China study to fish might have a protective effect. What is almost never mentioned, however, is that dairy consumption and saturated fat was much lower in the fish-eating areas. Is it possible that cow's milk and lack of sunshine are having a similar effect on MS and other autoimmune diseases? Because they operate through a similar mechanism. This could be very interesting, if true. As it turns out, the idea is not so crazy. This mechanism involves, once again, vitamin D. There are experimental animal models of lupus, MS, rheumatoid arthritis, and inflammatory bowel disease, example Crohn's disease, ulcerative colitis, each of which is an autoimmune disease. 68. Vitamin D, operating through a similar mechanism in each case, prevents the experimental development of each of these diseases. This becomes an even more intriguing story when we think about the effect of food on vitamin D. The first step in the vitamin D process occurs when you go outside. On a sunny day, when the sunshine hits your exposed skin, the skin produces vitamin D. The vitamin D then must be activated in the kidney in order to produce a form that helps repress the development of autoimmune diseases. As we've seen before, this critically important activation step can be inhibited by foods that are high in calcium and by acid-producing animal proteins like cow's milk. Some grains also produce excess acid. Under experimental conditions, the activated vitamin D operates in two ways. It inhibits the development of certain T cells and their production of active agents, called cytokines, that initiate the autoimmune response, or it encourages the production of other T cells that oppose this effect. 69. 70. An abbreviated schematic of this vitamin D network is shown in Appendix C. This mechanism of action appears to be a strong commonality between all autoimmune diseases so far studied. Knowing the strength of the evidence against animal foods, cow's milk, in particular, for both MS and type 1 diabetes, and knowing how much in common all of the autoimmune diseases have, it is reasonable to begin thinking about food and its relationship to a much broader group of autoimmune diseases. Obviously, caution is called for. More research is needed to make conclusive statements about cross-autoimmune disease similarities. But the evidence we have now is already striking. Today, almost no indication of the dietary connection to these diseases has reached public awareness. The website of the Multiple Sclerosis International Federation, for example, reads, "There is no credible autoimmune diseases 201 evidence that MS is due to poor diet or dietary deficiencies." They warn that dietary regimens can be expensive and can alter the normal nutritional balance. 7L If changing your diet is expensive, I don't know what they would say about being bedridden and incapacitated. As far as altering the normal nutritional balance is concerned, what is normal? Does this mean the diet that we now eat is normal, the diet that is largely responsible for diseases that cripple, kill, and make profoundly miserable millions of Americans every year? Are massive rates of heart disease, cancer, autoimmune diseases, obesity, and diabetes normal? If this is normal, I propose we start seriously considering the abnormal. There are 400,000 Americans who are victims of multiple sclerosis, and millions more with other autoimmune diseases. While statistics, research results, and clinical descriptions form the basis for much of my discussion of diet and disease, the importance of the information comes down to the intimate experience of individual people. Any one of these serious diseases I've talked about in this chapter can forever alter the life of any person, a family member, a friend, a neighbor, a co-worker, or you yourself. It is time to sacrifice our sacred cows. Reason must prevail. Professional societies, doctors, and government agencies need to stand up and do their duty, so that children being born today do not face tragedies that otherwise could be prevented. Wide-ranging effects: bone, kidney, eye, and brain diseases. One of the most convincing arguments for a plant-based diet is the fact that it prevents a broad range of diseases. If I have a conversation with someone about a single study showing the protective effect of fruits and vegetables on heart disease, they may agree that it's all very nice for fruits and vegetables, but they will probably still go home to meatloaf and gravy. It doesn't matter how big the study, how persuasive the results, or how respectable the scientists who conducted the investigation. The fact is that most people have a healthy skepticism about one study. Standing alone as well they should. But if I tell them about dozens and dozens of studies showing that the countries with low rates of heart disease consume low amounts of animal-based foods, and dozens of studies showing that individuals who eat more whole, plant-based foods get less heart disease, and I go on to document still more studies showing that a diet low in animal-based foods and high in unprocessed plant-based foods can slow or reverse heart disease, then people are more inclined to pay some attention. If I keep talking and go through this process not only for heart disease, but obesity, type 2 diabetes, breast cancer, colon cancer, prostate. 203. 204 The China study. Cancer, multiple sclerosis, and other autoimmune diseases, it's quite possible that people may never eat meatloaf and gravy again. What has become so convincing about the effect of diet on health is the breadth of the evidence. While a single study might be found to support almost any idea under the sun, what are the chances that hundreds, even thousands, of different studies show a protective benefit of plant-based foods and / or harmful effects of animal-based foods for so many different diseases? We can't say it's due to coincidence, bad data, biased research, misinterpreted statistics, or playing with numbers. This has got to be the real deal. I have so far presented only a small sample of the breadth of evidence that supports plant-based diets. To show you just how broad this evidence is, I will cover 5 more seemingly unrelated diseases common in America: osteoporosis, kidney stones, blindness, cognitive dysfunction, and Alzheimer's disease. These disorders are not often fatal and are often regarded as the inevitable consequences of aging. Therefore, we don't think it's unnatural when Grandpa gets blurry spots in his vision, can't remember the names of his friends, or needs a hip replacement operation. But, as we shall see, even these diseases have a dietary link. Osteoporosis. Did you ever have an elementary school teacher tell you that if you didn't have bones, you would just be a shapeless blob on the floor? Or maybe you learned about the human skeleton from that popular song. The ankle bone is connected to the shin bone is connected to the knee bone, etc. At that same time in your life, you probably were told to drink milk to build strong bones and teeth. Because none of us want to be shapeless blobs, and because our celebrities have been paid to advertise milk's presumed benefits, we drank it. Milk is to bone health as bees are to honey. Americans consume more cow's milk and its products per person than most populations in the world. So Americans should have wonderfully strong bones, right? Unfortunately not. A recent study showed that American women aged 50 and older have one of the highest rates of hip fractures in the world. The only countries with higher rates are in Europe and in the South Pacific, Australia and New Zealand, where they consume even more milk than the United States. What's going on? An excess rate of hip fractures is often used as a reliable indicator of osteoporosis, a bone disease that especially affects women after menopause. Wide-ranging effects: bone, kidney, eye, brain diseases. 205. Pause. It is often claimed to be due to an inadequate intake of calcium. Therefore, health policy people often recommend higher calcium consumption. Dairy products are particularly rich in calcium, so the dairy industry eagerly supports efforts to boost calcium consumption. These efforts have something to do with why you were told to drink your milk. For strong bones, the politics of which are discussed in part 4. Something is amiss, though, because those countries that use the most cow's milk and its products also have the highest fracture rates and the worst bone health. One possible explanation is found in a report showing an impressively strong association between animal protein intake and bone fracture rate for women in different countries. Two authored in 1992 by researchers at Yale University School of Medicine, the report summarized data on protein intake and fracture rates taken from 34 separate surveys in 16 countries that were published in 29 peer-reviewed research publications. All the subjects in these surveys were women 50 years and older. It found that a very impressive 70% of the fracture rate was attributable to the consumption of animal protein. These researchers explained that animal protein, unlike plant protein, increases the acid load in the body. 3 An increased acid load means that our blood and tissues become more acidic. The body does not like this acidic environment and begins to fight it. In order to neutralize the acid, the body uses calcium, which acts as a very effective base. This calcium, however, must come from somewhere. It ends up being pulled from the bones, and the calcium loss weakens them, putting them at greater risk for fracture. We have had evidence for well over 100 years that animal protein decreases bone health. The explanation of animal protein causing excess metabolic acid, for example, was first suggested in the 1880s and was documented as long ago as 1920. 5 We also have known that animal protein is more effective than plant protein at increasing the metabolic acid load in the body. 6. 7 8 When animal protein increases metabolic acid and draws calcium from the bones, the amount of calcium in the urine is increased. This effect has been established for over 80 years 5 and has been studied in some detail since the 1970s. Summaries of these studies were published in 1974, 9198 PO and 1990 Y. Each of these summaries clearly shows that the amount of animal protein consumed by many of us on a daily basis is capable of causing substantial increases in urinary cal. 206 The China Study. Chart 10.1 Association of urinary calcium excretion with dietary protein intake. Siam. Chart 10.1 is taken from the 1981 publication 10 Doubling Protein Intake, mostly animal-based, from 35 to 78 kcal day causes an alarming 50% increase in urinary calcium. This effect occurs well within the range of protein intake that most of us consume. Average American intake is around 70 to 100 kcal day. Incidentally, as mentioned in Chapter 4, a 6-month study funded by the Atkins Center found that those people who adopted the Atkins diet excreted 50% more calcium in their urine after 6 months on the diet. 12. The initial observations on the association between animal protein consumption and bone fracture rates are very impressive, and now we have a plausible explanation as to how the association might work. A. Mechanism of action. Disease processes are rarely as simple as one mechanism does it all. But the work being done in this field makes a strong argument. A more recent study, published in 2000, comes from the Department of Medicine at the University of California at San Francisco. Using 87 surveys in 33 countries, it compared the ratio of vegetable to Animal protein consumption to the rate of bone fractures, chart 10.2.1. A high ratio of vegetable to animal protein consumption was found to be impressively associated with a virtual disappearance of bone fractures. These studies are compelling for several reasons. They were published in leading research journals. The authors were careful in their analyses and witty ranging GFACTS, bone EKI on EYII brought IN0 ISEASES 207. Chart 10.2, Association of Animal versus Plant Protein. Intake and bone fracture rates for different countries. Vegetable to animal protein intake ratio, GIG. Interpretation of data. They included a large number of individual research reports, and the statistical significance of the association of animal protein with bone fracture rates is truly exceptional. They cannot be dismissed as just another couple of studies. The most recent study represents a summary of 87 separate surveys. The study of osteoporotic fractures research group at the University of California at San Francisco published yet another study, 13 of over 1,000 women aged 65 and up. Like the multi-country study, researchers characterized women's diets by the proportions of animal and plant protein. After 7 years of observations, the women with the highest ratio of animal protein to plant protein had 3.7 times more bone fractures than the women with the lowest ratio. Also during this time, the women with the high ratio lost bone almost 4 times as fast as the women with the lowest ratio. Experimentally, this study is high quality because it compared protein consumption, bone loss, and broken bones for the same subjects. This 3.7-fold effect is substantial, and is very important because the 208 the China study. Women with the lowest bone fracture rate still consumed, on average, about half of their total protein from animal sources. I can't help but wonder how much greater the difference might have been had they consumed not 50% but 0 to 10% of their total protein from animal sources. In our rural China study, where the animal-to-plant ratio was about 10%, the fracture rate is only 1/5 that of the US. Nigeria shows an animal-to-plant protein ratio only about 10% that of Germany, and the hip fracture incidence is lower by over 99%. These observations raise a serious question about the widely advertised claim that protein-rich dairy foods protect our bones. And yet we still are warned almost daily about our need for dairy foods to provide calcium for strong bones. An avalanche of commentary warns that most of us are not meeting our calcium requirements, especially pregnant and lactating women. This calcium bonanza, however, is not justified. In one study of 10 countries, 14 a higher consumption of calcium was associated with a higher not lower risk of bone fracture, chart 10.3. Much of the calcium intake shown in this chart, especially in high consumption countries, is due to dairy foods, rather than calcium supplements or non-dairy food sources of calcium. Mark Hegstad, who produced the results in chart 10.3, was a longtime Harvard professor. He worked on the calcium issue beginning in the early 1950s, was a principal architect of the nation's first dietary guidelines in 1980 and in 1986 published this graph. Professor Hegstad believes that excessively high intakes of calcium consumed over a long time impair the body's ability to control how much calcium it uses and when. Under healthy conditions, the body uses an activated form of vitamin D, calcitriol, to adjust how much calcium it absorbs from food and how much it excretes and distributes in the bone. Calcitriol is considered a hormone. When more calcium is needed, it enhances calcium absorption and restricts calcium excretion. If too much calcium is consumed over a long period of time, the body may lose its ability to regulate calcitriol, permanently or temporarily disrupting the regulation of calcium absorption and excretion. Ruining the regulatory mechanism in this way is a recipe for osteoporosis in menopausal and postmenopausal women. Women at this stage of life must be able to enhance their utilization of calcium in a timely manner, especially if they continue to consume a diet high in animal protein. The fact that the body loses its ability to control finely tuned mechanisms when they are subjected to continuous abuse is a well-established phenomenon in biology. Chart 10.3, Association of rates of hip fractures with calcium intake for different countries. United States, New Zealand, Sweden, Jerusalem, United Kingdom, Holland, Finland, Yugoslavia, Hong Kong, Singapore. 0501,00 consumption, mg/day. Given these findings, it seems perfectly plausible that animal protein and even calcium when consumed at excessive levels are capable of increasing the risk of osteoporosis. Dairy, unfortunately, is the only food that is rich in both of these nutrients. Hickstead, backed by his exceptional experience in calcium research, said in his 1986 paper, Hip fractures are more frequent in populations where dairy products are commonly consumed and calcium intakes are relatively high. Years later, the dairy industry still suggests that we should be consuming more of its products to build strong bones and teeth. The confusion, conflict and controversy rampant in this area of research allow anybody to say just about anything. And of course, huge amounts of money are at stake as well. One of the most cited osteoporosis experts, one funded by the dairy industry, angrily wrote in a prominent editorial P5 that the findings favoring a diet with a higher ratio of plant to animal protein cited above could have been influenced to some extent by currents in 210 the China study. The larger society. The currents he was referring to were the animal rights activists opposed to the use of dairy foods. Much of the debate regarding osteoporosis, whether it is conducted with integrity or otherwise, resides in the research concerning the details. As you shall see, the devil lurks in the details, the primary detail being that of bone mineral density, BMD. Many scientists have investigated how various diet and lifestyle factors affect BMD. BMD is a measure of bone density that is often used to diagnose bone health. If your bone density falls below a certain level, you may be at risk for osteoporosis. In practical terms, this means that if you have a low BMD, you are at a higher risk for a fracture. 6 to 18 But there are some devilishly contradictory and confusing details in this great circus of osteoporosis research. To name a few, a high BMD increases the risk of osteoarthritis. 19. A high BMD has been linked to a higher risk of breast cancer. 20. 21. Although high BMD is linked both to increased breast cancer risk and decreased osteoporotic risk, breast cancer and osteoporosis nonetheless cluster together in the same areas of the world and even in the same individuals. 22. Rate of bone loss matters just as much as overall BMD. 23. There are places where overall bone mass, bone mineral density, or bone mineral content measurements are lower than they are in Western countries, but the fracture rate also is lower, defying accepted logic of how we define big, strong bones. 24-26. Being fat is linked to greater BMDH. 27. Even though areas of the world that have higher rates of obesity also have higher rates of osteoporosis. Something is wrong with the idea that BMD reliably represents osteoporosis and, by inference, indicates the kind of diet that would lower fracture rates. In contrast, an alternative, but much better, predictor of osteoporosis is the dietary ratio of animal to plant protein. I-13. The higher the ratio, the higher the risk of disease. And guess what? BMD is not significantly associated with this ratio. 13. Clearly, the conventional recommendations regarding animal foods, dairy and bone mineral density, which are influenced and advertised by the dairy industry, are besieged by serious doubts in the literature. Here is what I would recommend you do, based on the research, to minimize your risk of osteoporosis. Wide-ranging effects: bone, kidney, eye, brain diseases. 211. Stay physically active. Take the stairs instead of the elevator. Go for walks, jogs, bicycle rides. Swim, do yoga or aerobics every couple of days, and don't be afraid to buy barbells to use once in a while. Play a sport or join a social group that incorporates exercise. The possibilities are endless, and they can be fun. You'll feel better, and your bones will be much healthier for the effort. Eat a variety of whole plant foods, and avoid animal foods, including dairy. Plenty of calcium is available in a wide range of plant foods, including beans and leafy vegetables. As long as you stay away from refined carbohydrates, like sugary cereals, candies, plain pastas and white breads, you should have no problem with calcium deficiency. Keep your salt intake to a minimum. Avoid highly processed and packaged foods, which contain excess salt. There is some evidence that excessive salt intake can be a problem. Kidneys. At the website for the UCLA Kidney Stone Treatment Center 28, you will discover that kidney stones may cause the following symptoms: nausea, vomiting, restlessness, trying to find comfortable position to ease the pain, dull pain, ill-defined, lumbar, abdominal, intermittent pain, urgency, urge to empty the bladder, frequency, frequent urination, bloody urine with pain, gross hematuria, fever, when complicated by infection, acute renal colic, severe colicky flank pain radiating to groin, scrotum, labia. Acute renal colic deserves some explanation. This agonizing symptom is the result of a crystallized stone trying to pass through the thin tube in your body, ureter, that transports urine from the kidney to the bladder. In describing the pain involved, the website states, "This is probably one of the worst pains humans experience. Those who have had it will never forget it. The severe pain of renal colic needs to be controlled by potent painkillers. Don't expect an aspirin to do the trick. Get yourself to a doctor or an emergency room." 28. I don't know about you, but just thinking about these things gives me 212. The China study. A shiver. Unfortunately, up to 15% of Americans, more men than women, will be diagnosed with having a kidney stone in their lifetime. 29. There are several kinds of kidney stones. Although one is a genetically rare type 30 and another is related to urinary infection, the majority involve stones made of calcium and oxalate. These calcium oxalate stones are relatively common in developed countries and relatively rare in developing countries. 3L again, this illness falls into the same global patterns as all the other Western diseases. I first was made aware of the dietary connection with this disease at the Faculty of Medicine of the University of Toronto. I was invited to give a seminar on our China study findings, and while there I met Professor W.G. Robertson from the Medical Research Council in Leeds, England. This chance encounter was extremely rewarding. Dr. Robertson, as I have come to learn, is one of the world's foremost experts on diet and kidney stones. Dr. Robertson's research group has investigated the relationship between food and kidney stones with great depth and breadth, both in theory and in practice. Their work began more than 30 years ago and continues to the present day. A search of the scientific publications authored or co-authored by Robertson shows at least 100 papers published since the mid-1960s. One of Robertson's charts depicts a stunning relationship between animal protein consumption and the formation of kidney stones. Chart 10.4.32. It shows that consuming animal protein at levels above 21 grams per person per day, slightly less than 1 ounce, for the United Kingdom for the years of 1958 to 1973 is closely correlated with a high number of kidney stones formed per 10,000 individuals per year. This is an impressive relationship. Few researchers have worked out the details of a research question more thoroughly than Robertson and his colleagues. They have developed a model for estimating the risk of stone formation with remarkable accuracy. 33 Although they have identified 6 risk factors for kidney stones, 35 animal protein consumption was the major culprit. Consumption of animal protein at levels commonly seen in affluent countries leads to the development of 4 of the 6 risk factors. 35 Not only is animal protein linked to risk factors for future formation of stones, but it affects recurring stones as well. Robertson published findings showing that, among the patients who had recurrent kidney stones, he was able to resolve their problem simply by shifting their diet away from animal protein foods. 36 Wide-ranging effects, bone, kidney, eye, brain diseases. 213 Chart 10.4 Association between animal protein intake and formation of urinary calculi. Meat, fish, and poultry protein intake, G/head/day. How does this work? When enough animal protein containing foods are consumed, the concentrations of calcium and oxalate in the urine increase sharply, usually within hours. Chart 10.5 shows these impressive changes, published by Robertson's group. 35 The individuals in this study consumed only 55 grams per day of animal protein, to which was added another 34 grams per day of animal protein in the form of tuna fish. This amount of animal protein consumption is well within the levels most Americans regularly eat. Men consume around 90 to 100 grams of total protein per day, the majority of which comes from animal foods. Women consume about 70 to 90 grams per day. When the kidney is under a persistent, long-term assault from increased calcium and oxalate, kidney stones may result. 35 The following, excerpted from a 1987 review by Robertson. 37 emphasizes the role of diet, especially foods containing animal proteins. Urolithiasis. Kidney stone formation is a worldwide problem, which appears to be aggravated by the high dairy produce, highly energy-rich and low-fiber diets consumed in most industrialized countries. Evidence points, in particular, to a high meat protein intake as being the dominant factor. On the basis of epidemiological and biochemical studies, a move toward a more vegetarian, less energy-rich diet would be predicted to reduce the risk of stone in the population. 214 The China study. Chart 10.5 Effect of animal protein intake on calcium and oxalate in the urine. Calcium oxalate. Basal, plus animal protein basal, plus animal protein. A substantial and convincing effect on stone formation has been demonstrated for animal-based foods. Recent research also shows that kidney stone formation can be initiated by the activity of free radicals 38 and may thus be prevented by consumption of antioxidant-containing plant-based foods. See Chapter 4. For yet another organ and another disease, we see opposing effects, in this case on stone formation, by animal and plant-based foods. Eye problems. People who can see well often take vision for granted. We treat our eyes more as little bits of technology than as living parts of the body, and are all too willing to believe that lasers are the best course of action for maintaining healthy eyes. But during the past couple of decades, research has shown that these bits of technology are actually greatly affected by the foods we eat. Our breakfasts, lunches, and dinners have a particular effect on two common eye diseases, cataracts and macular degeneration diseases, which afflict millions of older Americans. Yes, that's right. I'm about to tell you that if you eat animal foods instead of plant foods, you just might go blind. Macular degeneration is the leading cause of irreversible blindness. Wide-ranging effects: bone, kidney, eye, brain diseases. 215. Among people over age 65, over 1.6 million Americans suffer from this disease, many of whom become blind. 39 As the name implies, this condition involves destruction of the macula, which is the biochemical intersection in the eye where the energy of the light coming in is transformed into a nerve signal. The macula occupies center stage, so to speak, and it must be functional for sight to occur. Around the macula there are fatty acids that can react with incoming light to produce a low level of highly reactive free radicals. 40 These free radicals, see Chapter 4, can destroy or degenerate neighboring tissue, including the macula. But fortunately for us, free radical damage can be repressed thanks to the antioxidants in vegetables and fruits. 2 studies, each involving a team of experienced researchers at prestigious institutions, provide compelling evidence that food can protect against macular degeneration. Both studies were published a decade ago. One evaluated diet for, and the other assessed nutrients in blooding. The findings of these 2 studies suggested that as much as 70 to 88% of blindness caused by macular degeneration could be prevented if the right foods are eaten. The study on dietary intakes for compared 356 individuals 55 to 80 years of age who were diagnosed with advanced macular degeneration cases, with 520 individuals with other eye diseases, controls. 5 ophthalmology medical centers collaborated on the study. Researchers found that a higher intake of total carotenoids was associated with a lower frequency of macular degeneration. Carotenoids are a group of antioxidants found in the colored parts of fruits and vegetables. When carotenoid intakes were ranked, those individuals who consumed the most had 43% less disease than those who consumed the least. Not surprisingly, 5 out of 6 plant-based foods measured also were associated with lower rates of macular degeneration: broccoli, carrots, spinach, or collard greens, winter squash and sweet potato. Spinach or collard greens conferred the most protection. There was 88% less disease for people who ate these greens 5 or more times per week, when compared with people who consumed these greens less than once per month. The only food group not showing a preventive effect was the cabbage/cauliflower/Brussels sprout group, which sports the least color of the 6 food groups. 43. These researchers also looked at the potential protection from disease as a result of the consumption of 5 of the individual carotenoids consumed in these foods. All but one of these 5 showed a highly 216 the China study significant protective effect, especially the carotenoids found in the dark green leafy vegetables. In contrast, supplements of a few vitamins, including retinol, preformed vitamin A, vitamin C and vitamin E, showed little or no beneficial effects. Yet again, we see that while supplements may give great wealth to supplement manufacturers, they will not give great health to you and me. When all was said and done, this study found that macular degeneration risk could be reduced by as much as 88%, simply by eating the right foods. Why? At this point you may be wondering, where can I get some of those carotenoids? Green leafy vegetables, carrots, and citrus fruits are all good sources. Herein lies a problem, however. Among the hundreds, maybe thousands, of antioxidant carotenoids in these foods, only a dozen or so have been studied in relation to their biological effects. The abilities of these chemicals to scavenge and reduce free radical damage are well established, but the activities of the individual carotenoids vary enormously depending on dietary and lifestyle conditions. Such variations make it virtually impossible to predict their individual activities, either good or bad. The logic of using them as supplements is much too particular and superficial. It ignores the dynamic of nature. It's much safer to consume these carotenoids in their natural context, in highly colored fruits and vegetables. The second study 42 compared a total of 421 macular degeneration patients, cases, with 615 controls. 5 of the leading clinical centers specializing in eye diseases and their researchers participated in this study. The researchers measured the levels of antioxidants in the blood, rather than the antioxidants consumed. 4 kinds of antioxidants were measured: carotenoids, vitamin C, selenium, and vitamin E. Except for selenium, each of these nutrient groups was associated with fewer cases of macular degeneration, although only the carotenoids showed statistically significant results. Risk of macular degeneration was reduced by 2/3 for those people with the highest levels of carotenoids in their blood, when compared with the low carotenoid group. This reduction of about 65 to 70% in the study is similar to the reduction of upwards of 88% in the first study. These 2 studies consistently demonstrated the benefits of antioxidant carotenoids consumed as food. Given experimental limitations, we can only approximate the proportion of macular degeneration caused by poor dietary habits, and we cannot know which antioxidants are involved. What we can say, however, wide-ranging effects, bone, kidney, brain diseases 217 is that eating antioxidant-containing foods, especially those containing the carotenoids, will prevent most blindness cases resulting from macular degeneration. This in itself is a remarkable recommendation. Cataracts are slightly less serious than macular degeneration because there are effective surgical options available to restore vision loss caused by this disease. But when you look at the numbers, cataracts are a much larger burden on our society. By the age of 80, half of all Americans will have cataracts. 39 Currently there are 20 million Americans age 40 and older with the disease. Cataract formation involves the clouding of the eye lens. Corrective surgery involves removing the cloudy lens and replacing it with an artificial lens. The development of the opaque condition, like the degeneration of the macula and so many other disease conditions in our body, is closely associated with the damage created by an excess of reactive free radicals. 44. Once again, it is reasonable to assume that eating antioxidant-containing foods should be helpful. Starting in 1988, researchers in Wisconsin began to study eye health and dietary intakes in over 1,300 people. 10 years later, they published a report 45 on their findings. The people who consumed the most lutein, a specific type of antioxidant, had 1/2 the rate of cataracts as the people who consumed the least lutein. Lutein is an interesting chemical because, in addition to being readily available in spinach, along with other dark leafy green vegetables, it also is an integral part of the lens tissue itself. 46. 47. Similarly, those who consumed the most spinach had 40% less cataracts. These two eye conditions, macular degeneration and cataracts, both occur when we fail to consume enough of the highly colored green and leafy vegetables. In both cases, excess free radicals, increased by animal-based foods and decreased by plant-based foods, are likely to be responsible for these conditions. Mind-altering diets. By the time this book hits the shelves, I will be 70 years old. I recently went to my high school's 50th reunion, where I learned that many of my classmates had died. I received the AARP magazine, get discounts on various products for being advanced in age, and receive Social Security checks every month. Some euphemists might call me a mature adult. I just say old. What does it mean to be old? I still run every morning, sometimes 6 or more miles a day. I still have an active 218 new HENA study. Work life, perhaps more active than ever. I still enjoy all the same leisure activities, whether visiting grandchildren, dining with friends, gardening, traveling, golfing, lecturing, or making outdoor improvements like building fences or tinkering with this or that as I used to do on the farm. Some things have changed, though. Clearly there is a difference between the 70-year-old me and the 20-year-old me. I am slower, not as strong, work fewer hours every day, and am prone to taking naps more frequently than I used to. We all know that getting old brings with it diminished capacities compared with our younger days. But there is good science to show that thinking clearly well into our later years is not something we need to give up. Memory loss, disorientation, and confusion are not inevitable parts of aging, but problems linked to that all-important lifestyle factor. Diet. There is now good dietary information for the two chief conditions. Referring to mental decline. On the modest side, there is a condition called cognitive impairment or cognitive dysfunction. This condition describes the declining ability to remember and think as well as one once did. It represents a continuum of disease ranging from cases that only hint at declining abilities to those that are much more obvious and easily diagnosed. Then there are mental dysfunctions that become serious, even life-threatening. These are called dementia, of which there are two main types: vascular dementia and Alzheimer's disease. Vascular dementia is primarily caused by multiple little strokes resulting from broken blood vessels in the brain. It is common for elderly people to have silent strokes in their later years. A stroke is considered silent if it goes undetected and undiagnosed. Each little stroke incapacitates part of the brain. The other type of dementia, Alzheimer's, occurs when a protein substance called beta amyloid accumulates in critical areas of the brain as a plaque, rather like the cholesterol-laden plaque that builds up in cardiovascular diseases. Alzheimer's is surprisingly common. It is said that 1% of people at age 65 have evidence of Alzheimer's, a figure that doubles every 5 years thereafter. 48 I suppose this is why we blindly accept senility as part of the aging process. It has been estimated that 10 to 12% of individuals with mild cognitive impairment progress to the more serious types of dementia, whereas only 1 to 2% of individuals without cognitive impairment acquire these wide-ranging effects: bone, kidney, eye, brain diseases. 219. Diseases _950. This means that people with cognitive impairment have about a tenfold risk of Alzheimer's. Not only does cognitive impairment often lead to more serious dementia, it is also associated with cardiovascular disease, 51 to 53, strokes, and adult onset type 2 diabetes, 55, 56. All of these diseases cluster in the same populations, oftentimes in the same people. This clustering means that they share some of the same risk factors. Hypertension, high blood pressure, is one factor. Yes, 1, 57, 58. Another is high blood cholesterol, 53. Both of these, of course, can be controlled by diet. A third risk factor is the amount of those nasty free radicals, which wreak havoc on brain function in our later years. Because free radical damage is so important to the process of cognitive dysfunction and dementia, researchers believe that consuming dietary antioxidants can shield our brains from this damage, as in other diseases. Animal-based foods lack antioxidant shields and tend to activate free radical production and cell damage, while plant-based foods, with their abundant antioxidants, tend to prevent such damage. It's the same dietary cause and effect that we saw with macular degeneration. Of course, genetics plays a role, and specific genes have been identified that may increase the risk of cognitive decline. 52. But environmental factors also play a key role, most probably the dominant one. In a recent study, it was found that Japanese American men living in Hawaii had a higher rate of Alzheimer's disease than Japanese living in Japan. 59. Another study found that Native Africans had significantly lower rates of dementia and Alzheimer's than African Americans in Indiana. 60. Both of these findings clearly support the idea that environment plays an important role in cognitive disorders. Worldwide, the prevalence patterns of cognitive disorders appear to be similar to other Western diseases. Rates of Alzheimer's are low in less developed areas. 61. A recent study compared Alzheimer's rates to dietary variables across 11 different countries and found that populations with a high fat intake and low cereal and grain intake had higher rates of the disease. 62. 63. We seem to be onto something. Clearly, diet has an important voice in determining how well we think in our later years. But what exactly is good for us? With regard to the more mild cognitive impairment condition, recent research has shown that high vitamin E levels in the blood are related to less memory. 10 SS.64. Less memory loss also is associated with higher 220. The China study levels of vitamin C and selenium, both of which reduce free radical activity. 65. Vitamins E and C are antioxidants found almost exclusively in plant foods, while selenium is found in both animal and plant-based foods. In a study of 260 elderly people aged 65 to 90 years, it was reported that a diet with less fat, saturated fat and cholesterol, and more carbohydrate, fiber, Vitamins, especially folate, vitamin C and E, and beta-carotenes, and minerals, iron and zinc, may be advisable not only to improve the general health of the elderly but also to improve cognitive function. 66. This conclusion advocates plant-based foods and condemns animal-based foods for optimal brain function. Yet another study on several hundred older people found that scores on mental tests were higher among those people who consumed the most vitamin C and beta-carotene. 67. Other studies have also found that a low level of vitamin C in the blood is linked to poorer cognitive performance in old age. 68,69, and some have found that B vitamin 69 including beta-carotene 1 degree are linked to better cognitive function. The 7 studies mentioned above all show that one or more nutrients found almost exclusively in plants are associated with a lower risk of cognitive decline in old age. Experimental animal studies have not only confirmed that plant foods are good for the brain, but they show the mechanisms by which these foods work. 71, 72. Although there are important variations in some of these study findings. For example, one study only finds an association for vitamin C, and another only finds an association for beta-carotene and not vitamin C. We shouldn't miss the forest by focusing on one or two trees. No study has ever found that consuming more dietary antioxidants increases memory loss. When associations are observed, it is always the other way around. Furthermore, the association appears to be significant, although more substantial research must be done before we can know exactly how much cognitive impairment is due to diet. What about the more serious dementia caused by strokes, vascular dementia, and Alzheimer's? How does diet affect these diseases? The dementia that is caused by the same vascular problems that lead to stroke is clearly affected by diet. In a publication from the famous Framingham study, researchers conclude that for every 3 additional servings of fruits and vegetables a day, the risk of stroke will be reduced by 22%. 73. 3 servings of fruits and vegetables is less than you might think. The following examples count as 1 serving in this study: 112 Cuban pesos peaches, witty ranjin geffects, bone ekidneyi bra in dis eases 221. 1/4 cup tomato sauce, 112 Cuban pesos broccoli, or 1 potato. 73. Half a cup is not much food. In fact, the men in this study who consumed the most fruits and vegetables consumed as many as 19 servings a day. If every 3 servings lower the risk by 22%, the benefits can add up fast. Risk reduction approaches but cannot exceed 100%. This study provides evidence that the health of the arteries and vessels that transport blood to and from your brain is dependent on how well you eat. By extension, it is logical to assume that eating fruits and vegetables will protect against dementia caused by poor vascular health. Research again seems to prove the point. Scientists conducted mental health exams and assessed food intake for over 5,000 older people and monitored their health for over 2 years. They found that the people who consumed the most total fat and saturated fat had the highest risk of dementia due to vascular problems. 74. Alzheimer's disease is also related to diet and is often found in conjunction with heart disease. 53, which suggests that they share the same causes. We know what causes heart disease, and we know what offers the best hope of reversing heart disease: diet. Experimental animal studies have convincingly shown that a high cholesterol diet will promote the production of the beta amyloid common to Alzheimer's. 53. In confirming these experimental animal results, a study of more than 5,000 people found that greater dietary fat and cholesterol intake tended to increase the risk of Alzheimer's disease, specifically 15 and all dementia in general. 74. In another study on Alzheimer's 16, the risk of getting the disease was 3.3 times greater among people whose blood folic acid levels were in the lowest 1/3 range, and 4.5 times greater when blood homocysteine levels were in the highest 1/3. What are folic acid and homocysteine? Folic acid is a compound derived exclusively from plant-based foods such as green and leafy vegetables. Homocysteine is an amino acid that is derived primarily from animal protein. 77. This study found that it was desirable to maintain low blood homocysteine and high blood folic acid. In other words, the combination of a diet high in animal-based foods and low in plant-based foods raises the risk of Alzheimer's disease. 78. Mild cognitive impairment, the stuff jokes are made of, still permits the afflicted person to maintain an independent, functional life, but dementia and Alzheimer's are tragic, imposing almost impossibly heavy burdens on victims and their loved ones. Across this spectrum, from 222. The China study. Minor difficulties in keeping your thoughts in order to serious degeneration. The food you eat can drastically affect the likelihood of mental decline. The diseases I've covered in this chapter take a heavy toll on most of us in our later years, even though they may not be fatal. Because they are not usually fatal, many people afflicted with these illnesses still live a long life. Their quality of life, however, deteriorates steadily, until the illness renders them largely dependent on others and unable to function in most capacities. I've talked to so many people who say, I may not live as long as you health nuts, but I sure am going to enjoy the time I have by eating steaks whenever I want, smoking if I so choose, and doing anything else that I want. I grew up with these people, went to school with these people, and made great friends with these people. Not long ago, one of my best friends suffered a difficult surgery for cancer and spent his last years paralyzed in a nursing home. During the many visits I made to the nursing home, I never failed to come away with a deep appreciation for the health I still possess in my age. It was not uncommon for me to go to the nursing home to visit my friend and hear that one of the new patients in the home was someone whom my friend and I knew from our earlier days. Too often, they had Alzheimer's and were housed in a special section of the facility. The enjoyment of life, especially the second half of life, is greatly compromised if we can't see, if we can't think, if our kidneys don't work, or if our bones are broken or fragile. I, for one, hope that I am able to fully enjoy not only the time in the present, but also the time in the future, with good health and independence. F. AT_111______. The Good Nutrition Guide. I was in a restaurant recently, looking at the menu, when I noticed a very peculiar low-carb meal option, a massive plate of pasta topped with vegetables, otherwise known as pasta primavera. The vast majority of calories in the meal clearly came from carbohydrates. How could it be low-carb? Was it a misprint? I didn't think so. At various other times I've noted that salads, breads, and even cinnamon buns are labeled low-carb, even though their ingredient lists demonstrate that, in fact, the bulk of calories are provided by carbohydrates. What's going on? This carb mania is largely the result of the late Dr. Atkins and his dietary message. But recently Dr. Atkins' new diet revolution has been toppled and replaced by the South Beach diet as the king of the diet. Books. The South Beach diet is pitched as being more moderate, easier to follow and safer than Atkins, but from what I can tell, the weight loss Wolver has just put on a different set of sheep's clothing. Both of the diets are divided into 3 stages. Both diets severely limit carbohydrate intake during the first phase, and both diets are heavily based on meat, dairy and eggs. The South Beach diet, for example, prohibits bread, rice, potatoes, pasta, baked goods, sugar, and even fruit during the first 2 weeks. After that, you can be weaned back onto carbohydrates until you are eating what appears to me to be a fairly typical American diet. Perhaps this is why the South Beach diet is such a hot seller. According to the South Beach diet website, Newsweek wrote, "The real value of the book is its sound nutritional advice. It retains the best part of the Atkins regime meat while losing the tenet that all carbs should be avoided." L. 223. 224 The China Study. Who at Newsweek reviewed the literature to know whether this is sound nutritional advice or not. And if you have the Atkins diet plus some carbs, how different is this diet from the standard American diet, the toxic diet that has been shown to make us fat, give us heart disease, destroy our kidneys, make us blind and lead us to Alzheimer's, cancer and a host of other medical problems. These are merely examples of the current state of nutrition awareness in the United States. Every day I am reminded that Americans are drowning in a flood of horrible nutrition information. I remember the adage told several decades ago, Americans love hogwash. Another one, Americans love to hear good things about their bad habits. It would appear from a quick glance that these two sayings are true. Or are they? I have more faith in the average American. It's not true that Americans love hogwash, it's that hogwash inundates Americans, whether they want it or not. I know that some Americans want the truth, and just haven't been able to find it because it is drowned out by the hogwash. Very little of the nutrition information that makes it to the public consciousness is soundly based in science, and we pay a grave price. One day olive oil is terrible, the next it is heart healthy. One day eggs will clog your arteries, the next they are a good source of protein. One day potatoes and rice are great, the next they are the gravest threats to your weight you will ever face. At the beginning of the book I said my goal was to redefine how we think of nutrition information, eliminate confusion, make health simple, and base my claims on the evidence generated by peer-reviewed nutrition research published in peer-reviewed professional publications. So far, you have seen a broad sample, and it's only a sample of that evidence. You have seen that there is overwhelming scientific support for one simple optimal diet, a whole foods, plant-based diet. I want to condense the nutritional lessons learned from this broad range of evidence and from my experiences over the past 40 plus years into a simple guide to good nutrition. I have whittled my knowledge down to several core principles that will illuminate how nutrition and health truly operate. Furthermore, I have translated the science into dietary recommendations that you can begin to incorporate into your own life. Not only will you gain a new understanding of nutrition and health, but you will also see exactly which foods you should eat and which foods you should avoid. What you decide to do with this information is up to you, but you can at least know that you, as a reader and a person, have finally been told something other than hogwash. 1. Eating right, 8 principles of food and health. The benefits of a healthy lifestyle are enormous. I want you to know that you can live longer, look and feel younger, have more energy, lose weight, lower your blood cholesterol, prevent and even reverse heart disease, lower your risk of prostate, breast, and other cancers, preserve your eyesight in your later years, prevent and treat diabetes, avoid surgery in many instances, vastly decrease the need for pharmaceutical drugs, keep your bones strong, avoid impotence, avoid stroke, prevent kidney stones, keep your baby from getting type 1 diabetes, alleviate constipation, lower your blood pressure, avoid Alzheimer's. 225. 226. The HENA study, beat arthritis, and more. These are only some of the benefits, and all of them can be yours. The price? Simply changing your diet. I don't know that it has ever been so easy or so relatively effortless to achieve such profound benefits. I have given you a sampling of the evidence and told you the journey that I have taken to come to my conclusions. Now I want to summarize the lessons about food, health, and disease that I have learned along the way in the following 8 principles. These principles should inform the way we do science, the way we treat the sick, the way we feed ourselves, the way we think about health, and the way we perceive the world. Principle number 1. Nutrition represents the combined activities of countless food substances. The whole is greater than the sum of its parts. To illustrate this principle, I only need to take you through the biochemical perspective of a meal. Let's say you prepare sautéed spinach with ginger and whole grain ravioli shells stuffed with butternut squash and spices, topped with a walnut tomato sauce. The spinach alone is a cornucopia of various chemical components. Chart IL.L is only a partial list of what you might find in your mouth after a bite of spinach. As you can see, you've just introduced a bundle of nutrients into your body. In addition to this extremely complex mix, when you take a bite of that ravioli with its tomato sauce and squash filling, you get thousands and thousands of additional chemicals, all connected in different ways in each different food, truly a biochemical bonanza. As soon as this food hits your saliva, your body begins working its magic, and the process of digestion starts. Each of these food chemicals interacts with the other food chemicals and your body's chemicals in very specific ways. It is an infinitely complex process, and it is literally impossible to understand precisely how each chemical interacts with every other chemical. We will never discover exactly how it all fits together. Eating right, 8 Principles of Food and Health 227. Chart 11.1. Nutrients in spinach. Macronutrients. Water, fat, many kinds. Calories, carbohydrate. Protein, many kinds, fiber. Minerals. Calcium, sodium. Iron, zinc. Magnesium, copper. Phosphorus, manganese. Potassium, selenium. Vitamins. C. Ascorbic acid, B6, pyridoxine. B1, thiamine, folate. B2, riboflavin, A, as carotenoids. B3, niacin, E, tocopherols. Pantothenic acid. Fatty acids. 14:0, myristic acid, 1,8,1, oleic acid. 16:0, palmitic acid, 20,1, eicosanoic acid. 18:0, stearic acid, 18:2, linoleic acid. 16,1, palmitoleic acid, 18:3, linolenic acid. Amino acids. tryptophan valine, threonine arginine, isoleucine histidine, leucine alanine, lysine aspartic acid, methionine glutamic acid, cysteine glycine, phenylalanine proline, tyrosine serine, phytosterols, many kinds. 228 The China Study. The main message I'm trying to get across is this: the chemicals we get from the foods we eat are engaged in a series of reactions that work in concert to produce good health. These chemicals are carefully orchestrated by intricate controls within our cells and all through our bodies, and these controls decide what nutrient goes where, how much of each nutrient is needed, and when each reaction takes place. Our bodies have evolved with this infinitely complex network of reactions in order to derive maximal benefit from whole foods, as they appear in nature. The misguided may trumpet the virtues of one specific nutrient or chemical, but this thinking is too simplistic. Our bodies have learned how to benefit from the chemicals in food as they are packaged together, discarding some and using others as they see fit. I cannot stress this enough, as it is the foundation of understanding what good nutrition means. Principle number 2. Vitamin supplements are not a panacea for good health. Because nutrition operates as an infinitely complex biochemical system, involving thousands of chemicals and thousands of effects on your health, it makes little or no sense that isolated nutrients taken as supplements can substitute for whole foods. Supplements will not lead to long-lasting health and may cause unforeseen side effects. Furthermore, for those relying on supplements, beneficial and sustained diet change is postponed. The dangers of a Western diet cannot be overcome by consuming nutrient pills. As I have watched the interest in nutrient supplements explode over the past 20 to 30 years, it has become abundantly clear why such a huge nutrient supplement industry has emerged. Huge profits are an excellent incentive, and new government regulations have paved the way for an expanded market. Furthermore, consumers want to continue eating their customary foods, and popping a few supplements makes people feel better about the potentially adverse health effects caused by their diet. Embracing supplements means the media can tell people what they want to hear, and doctors have something to offer their patients. As a result, a multi-billion-dollar supplement industry is now eating right. 8 Principles of Food and Health 229. Part of our nutritional landscape, and the majority of consumers have been duped into believing that they are buying health. This was the late Dr. Atkins's formula. He advocated a high-protein, high-fat diet, sacrificing long-term health for short-term gain, and then advocated taking his supplements to address what he called, in his own words, the common dieter's problems, including constipation, sugar cravings, hunger, fluid retention, fatigue, nervousness, and insomnia. This strategy of gaining and maintaining health with nutrient supplements, however, started to unravel in 1994 to 1996 with the large-scale investigation of the effects of beta-carotene, a precursor to vitamin A, supplements on lung cancer and other diseases. 2. 3 After 4 to 8 years of supplement use, lung cancer had not decreased as expected. It had increased. No benefit was found from vitamins A and E for the prevention of heart disease either. Since then, a large number of additional trials costing hundreds of millions of dollars have been conducted to determine if vitamins A, C, and E prevent heart disease and cancer. Recently, 2 major reviews of these trials were published. 4. 5 The researchers, in their words, could not determine the balance of benefits and harms of routine use of supplements of vitamins A, C or E, multivitamins with folic acid, or antioxidant combinations for the prevention of cancer or cardiovascular disease. For indeed, they even recommended against the use of beta-carotene supplements. It is not that these nutrients aren't important. They are, but only when consumed as food, not as supplements. Isolating nutrients and trying to get benefits equal to those of whole foods reveals an ignorance of how nutrition operates in the body. A recent special article in the New York Times 6 documents this failure of nutrient supplements to provide any proven health benefit. As time passes, I am confident that we will continue to discover that relying on the use of isolated nutrient supplements to maintain health, while consuming the usual Western diet, is not only a waste of money but is also potentially dangerous. 230 The HENA Study. Principle number 3. There are virtually no nutrients in animal-based foods that are not better provided by plants. Overall, it is fair to say that any plant-based food has many more similarities in terms of nutrient compositions to other plant-based foods than it does to animal-based foods. The same is true the other way around. All animal-based foods are more like other animal-based foods than they are to plant-based foods. For example, even though fish is significantly different from beef, fish has many more similarities to beef than it has to rice. Even the foods that are exceptions to these rules, such as nuts, seeds, and processed low-fat animal products, remain in distinct plant and animal nutrient groups. Eating animals is a markedly different nutritional experience from eating plants. The amounts and kinds of nutrients in these two types of foods, shown in chart 11.2/8,9, illustrate these striking nutritional differences. Chart 11.2, Nutrient composition of plant and animal-based foods, per 500 calories of energy. Nutrient plant-based foods. Cholesterol, mg. Fat, g. 4. Protein, g. 33. Beta. Dietary fiber, g. 31. Vitamin C, mg. 293. Folate, meg. 1168. Vitamin E, mg_8, 11. Iron, mg. 20. Magnesium, mg. 548. Calcium, mg. 545. Asterisk equal parts of tomatoes, spinach, lima beans, peas, potatoes. Equal parts of beef, pork, chicken, whole milk. Animal-based foods. Eating right, 8 Principles of Food and Health 231. As you can see, plant foods have dramatically more antioxidants, fiber and minerals than animal foods. In fact, animal foods are almost completely devoid of several of these nutrients. Animal foods, on the other hand, have much more cholesterol and fat. They also have slightly more protein than plant foods, along with more B2 and vitamin D, although the vitamin D is largely due to artificial fortification in milk. Of course, there are some exceptions. Some nuts and seeds are high in fat and protein, example peanuts, sesame seeds, while some animal-based foods are low in fat, usually because they are stripped of their fat by artificial processing, example skim milk. But if one looks a little more closely, the fat and the protein of nuts and seeds are different. They are more healthful than the fat and protein of animal foods. They also are accompanied by some interesting antioxidant substances. On the other hand, processed, low-fat, animal-based foods still have some cholesterol, lots of protein and very little or no antioxidants and dietary fiber, just like other animal-based foods. Since nutrients are primarily responsible for the healthful effects of foods, and because of these major differences in nutrient composition between animal and plant-based foods, isn't it therefore reasonable to assume that we should expect to see distinctly different effects on our bodies depending on which variety of foods we consume? By definition, for a food chemical to be an essential nutrient, it must meet two requirements. The chemical is necessary for healthy human functioning. The chemical must be something our bodies cannot make on their own, and therefore must be obtained from an outside source. One example of a chemical that is not essential is cholesterol, a component of animal-based food that is non-existent in plant-based food. While cholesterol is essential for health, our bodies can make all that we require, so we do not need to consume any in food. Therefore, it is not an essential nutrient. There are 4 nutrients which animal-based foods have that plant-based foods, for the most part, do not: cholesterol and vitamins A, D, and B12. 3 of these are non-essential nutrients. As discussed above, cholesterol is made by our bodies naturally. Vitamin A can be readily made by our bodies from beta-carotene, and vitamin D can be readily made by our bodies simply by exposing our skin to about 15 minutes of sunshine every couple days. Both of these vitamins are toxic if 232 the China study. They are consumed in high amounts. This is one more indication that it is better to rely on the vitamin precursors, beta-carotene, and sunshine, so that our bodies can readily control the timing and quantities of vitamins A and D that are needed. Vitamin B12 is more problematic. Vitamin B12 is made by microorganisms found in the soil and by microorganisms in the intestines of animals, including our own. The amount made in our intestines is not adequately absorbed, so it is recommended that we consume B12 in food. Research has convincingly shown that plants grown in healthy soil that has a good concentration of vitamin B12 will readily absorb this nutrient. However, plants grown in lifeless soil, non-organic soil, may be deficient in vitamin B12. In the United States, most of our agriculture takes place on relatively lifeless soil, decimated from years of unnatural pesticide, herbicide, and fertilizer use. So the plants grown in the soil and sold in our supermarkets lack B12. In addition, we live in such a sanitized world that we rarely come into direct contact with the soil-borne microorganisms that produce B12. At one point in our history, we got B12 from vegetables that hadn't been scoured of all soil. Therefore, it is not unreasonable to assume that modern Americans who eat highly cleansed plant products and no animal products are unlikely to get enough vitamin B12. Though our society's obsession with nutrient supplements seriously detracts from other, far more important nutrition information, this is not to say that supplements should always be avoided. It is estimated that we hold a 3-year store of vitamin B12 in our bodies. If you do not eat any animal products for 3 years or more, or are pregnant or breastfeeding, you should consider taking a small B12 supplement on occasion, or going to the doctor annually to check your blood levels of B vitamins and homocysteine. Likewise, if you never get sunshine exposure, especially during the winter months, you might want to take a vitamin D supplement. I would recommend taking the smallest dose you can find and making more of an effort to get outside. I call these supplements separation from nature pills, because a Healthy diet of fresh, organic plant-based foods grown in rich soil and a lifestyle that regularly takes you outdoors is the best answer to these issues. Returning to our natural way of life in this small way provides innumerable other benefits, as well. Eating right, 8 Principles of Food and Health 233. Principle number 4. Genes do not determine disease on their own. Genes function only by being activated, or expressed. And nutrition plays a critical role in determining which genes, good and bad, are expressed. I can safely say that the origin of every single disease is genetic. Our genes are the code to everything in our bodies, good and bad. Without genes, there would be no cancer. Without genes, there would be no obesity, diabetes, or heart disease. And without genes, there would be no life. This might explain why we are spending hundreds of millions of dollars trying to figure out which gene causes which disease and how we can silence the dangerous genes. This also explains why some perfectly healthy young women have had their breasts removed simply because they were found to carry genes that are linked to breast cancer. This explains why the bulk of resources in science and health in the past decade has shifted to genetic research. At Cornell University alone, $500 million is being raised to create a life sciences initiative. This initiative promises to forever change the way life science research is conducted and taught at the university. What is one of the main thrusts of the program? Integrating each scientific discipline into the all-encompassing umbrella of genetic research. It is the largest scientific effort in Cornell's history. 11. Much of this focus on genes, however, misses a simple but crucial point. Not all genes are fully expressed all the time. If they aren't activated or expressed, they remain biochemically dormant. Dormant genes do not have any effect on our health. This is obvious to most scientists and many lay people, but the significance of this idea is seldom understood. What happens to cause some genes to remain dormant, and others to express themselves? The answer: environment, especially diet. To reuse a previous analogy, it is useful to think of genes as seeds. As any good gardener knows, seeds will not grow into plants unless they have nutrient-rich soil, water, and sunshine. Neither will genes be expressed unless they have the proper environment. In our body, nutrition is the environmental factor that determines the activity of genes. As we saw in Chapter 3, the genes that cause cancer were profoundly impacted by the consumption of protein. In my research group, we learned 234 the China study that we could turn the bad genes on and off simply by adjusting animal protein intake. Furthermore, our China research findings showed that people of roughly the same ethnic background have hugely varying disease rates. These are people said to have similar genes, and yet they get different diseases depending on their environment. Dozens of studies have documented that as people migrate, they assume the disease risk of the country to which they move. They do not change their genes, and yet they fall prey to diseases and illnesses at rates that are rare in their homeland population. Furthermore, we have seen disease rates change over time so drastically that it is biologically impossible to put the blame on genes. In 25 years, the percentage of our population that is obese has doubled, from 15% to 30%. In addition, diabetes, heart disease and many other diseases of affluence were rare until recent history, and our genetic code simply could not have changed significantly in the past 25, 100 or even 500 years. So while we can say that genes are crucial to every biological process, We have some very convincing evidence that gene expression is far more important, and gene expression is controlled by environment, especially nutrition. A further folly of this genetic research is assuming that understanding our genes is simple. It is not. Recently, for example, researchers studied genetic regulation of weight in a tiny worm species. The scientists went through 16,757 genes, turning each one off, and observed the effect on weight. They discovered 417 genes that affect weight. How these hundreds of genes interact over the long term with each other and their ever-changing environment to alter weight gain or loss is an incredibly complex mystery. Goethe once said, "We know accurately only when we know little, with knowledge doubt increases." 13. Expression of our genetic code represents a universe of biochemical interactions of almost infinite complexity. This biochemical universe interacts with many different systems, including nutrition, which itself represents whole systems of complex biochemistry. With genetic research, I suspect we are embarking on a massive quest to shortcut nature only to end up worse off than when we started. Does all this mean I think that genes don't matter? Of course not. If you take two Americans living in the same environment and feed them exactly the same meaty food every day for their entire lives, I would not. Eating right, 8 Principles of Food and Health 235. Be surprised if one died of a heart attack at age 54, and the other died of cancer at the age of 80. What explains the difference? Genes. Genes give us our predispositions. We all have different disease risks due to our different genes. But while we will never know exactly which risks we are predisposed to, we do know how to control those risks. Regardless of our genes, we can all optimize our chances of expressing the right genes by providing our bodies with the best possible environment that is, the best possible nutrition. Even though the two Americans in the example above succumbed to different diseases at different ages, it is entirely possible that both could have lived many more years with a higher quality of life if they would have practiced optimal nutrition. Principle number 5. Nutrition can substantially control the adverse effects of noxious chemicals. Stories of cancer-causing chemicals regularly appear in the press. Acrylamide, artificial sweeteners, nitrosamines, nitrites, aller, heterocyclic and aflatoxin have all been linked to cancer in experimental studies. There is a widely held perception that cancer is caused by toxic chemicals that make their way into our bodies in a sinister way. For example, people often cite health concerns to justify their opposition to pumping antibiotics and hormones into farm animals. The assumption is that the meat would be safe to eat if it didn't have those unnatural chemicals in it. The real danger of the meat, however, is the nutrient imbalances, regardless of the presence or absence of those nasty chemicals. Long before modern chemicals were introduced into our food, people still began to experience more cancer and more heart disease when they started to eat more animal-based foods. A great example of a misunderstood public health concern regarding chemicals is the lengthy, $30 million investigation of minimally higher rates of breast cancer in Long Island, New York, referred to in Chapter 8. Here, it seemed that chemical contaminants from certain industrial sites were creating breast cancer for women who lived nearby. But this ill-conceived story has proven to have no merit. Another chemical carcinogen concern surrounds acrylamide, which is primarily found in processed or fried foods like potato chips. The 236 The China Study. implication is that if we could effectively remove this chemical from potato chips, they would be safe to eat, even though they continue to be highly unhealthy, processed slices of potatoes drenched with fat and salt. 50. Many of us seem to want a scapegoat. We do not want to hear that our favorite foods are a problem simply because of their nutritional content. In Chapter 3, we saw that the potential effects of aflatoxin, a chemical touted as being highly carcinogenic, could be entirely controlled by nutrition. Even with large doses of aflatoxin, rats could be healthy, active, and cancer-free if they were fed low-protein diets. We also saw how small findings can make big news every time cancer is mentioned. For example, if experimental animals have an increased incidence of cancer after gargantuan exposures, the chemical agent is trumpeted as a cause of cancer, as was the case for N5AR, see Chapter 3, and nitrites. However, like genes, the activities of these chemical carcinogens are primarily controlled by the nutrients that we eat. 50. What do these examples tell us? In practical terms, you aren't doing yourself much good by eating organic beef instead of conventional beef that's been pumped full of chemicals. The organic beef might be marginally healthier, but I would never say that it was a safe choice. Both types of beef have a similar nutrient profile. It is useful to think of this principle in another way. A chronic disease, like cancer, takes years to develop. Those chemicals that initiate cancer are often the ones that make headlines. What does not make headlines, however, is the fact that the disease process continues long after initiation, and can be accelerated or repressed during its promotion stage by nutrition. In other words, nutrition primarily determines whether the disease will ever do its damage. Principle number 6. The same nutrition that prevents disease in its early stages, before diagnosis, can also halt or reverse disease in its later stages, after diagnosis. It is worth repeating that chronic diseases take several years to develop. For example, there is a general thought that breast cancer can be inhibited. Eating right, 8 Principles of Food and Health 237. Aided in adolescence and not become detectable until after menopause. So we very well may have lots of middle-aged women walking around with breast cancer initiated during their teens that will not be detectable until after menopause. 14. For many people, this translates into the fatalistic notion that little can be done later in life. Does this mean that these women should start smoking and eating more chicken fried steak because they're doomed anyway? What do we do, given that many of us may already have an initiated chronic disease lurking in our bodies, waiting to explode decades from now? As we saw in Chapter 3, cancer that is already initiated and growing in experimental animals can be slowed, halted, or even reversed by good nutrition. Luckily for us, the same good nutrition maximizes health at every stage of a disease. In humans, we have seen research findings showing that a whole foods, plant-based diet reverses advanced heart disease, helps obese people lose weight, and helps diabetics get off their medication and return to a more normal, pre-diabetes life. Research has also shown that advanced melanoma, the deadly form of skin cancer, might be attenuated or reversed by lifestyle changes. 15. Some diseases, of course, appear to be irreversible. The autoimmune diseases are perhaps most frightening because once the body turns against itself, it may become unstoppable. And yet, amazingly, even some of these diseases may be slowed or attenuated by diet. Recall the research showing that even type 1 diabetics can lower their medication Requirements by eating the right food. Evidence also shows that rheumatoid arthritis can be slowed by diet. 16 as can multiple sclerosis. Y18. I believe that an ounce of prevention does equal a pound of cure, and the earlier in life good foods are eaten, the better one's health will be. But for those who already face the burden of disease, we must not forget that nutrition still can play a vital role. Principle number 7. Nutrition that is truly beneficial for one chronic disease will support health across the board. When I was trying to get this book published, I had a meeting with an editor at a major publishing house, and described to her my intent to create disease-specific chapters that related diet to specific ailments. Or 238 The China Study. Groups of ailments. The editor asked, in effect, can you make specific diet plans for each disease, so that every chapter doesn't have the same recommendations? In other words, could I tell people to eat a specific way for heart disease and a different way for diabetes? The implication, of course, was that the same eating plan for multiple diseases simply wasn't catchy enough, wasn't sufficiently marketable. Although this might be good marketing, it is not good science. As I have come to understand more about the biochemical processes of various diseases, I have also come to see how these diseases have much in common. Because of these impressive commonalities, it only makes sense that the same good nutrition will generate health and prevent diseases across the board. Even if a whole foods, plant-based diet is more effective at treating heart disease than brain cancer, you can be sure that this diet will not promote one disease while it stops another. It will never be bad for you. This one good diet can only help across the board. So I'm afraid I don't have a different, catchy formula for each disease. I only have one dietary prescription. But rather than be forlorn about its effect on my book sales, I'd prefer to remain excited about telling you how simple food and health really is. It is a chance to clear away much of the incredible public confusion. Quite simply, you can maximize health for diseases across the board with one simple diet. Principle number 8. Good nutrition creates health in all areas of our existence. All parts are interconnected. Much has been made of holistic health in recent times. This concept can mean a variety of things to different people. Many people lump all of the alternative medicines and activities into this concept, so holistic health comes to mean acupressure, acupuncture, herbal medicines, meditation, vitamin supplements, chiropractic care, yoga, aromatherapy, Feng 5-way, massage, and even sound therapy. Conceptually, I believe in holistic health, but not as a catchphrase for every unconventional and oftentimes unproven medicine around. Food and nutrition, for example, are of primary importance to our health. The process of eating is perhaps the most intimate encounter we have with our world. It is a process in which what we eat becomes part of eating right. 8 Principles of Food and Health. 239. Our body. But other experiences also are important, such as physical activity, emotional and mental health, and the well-being of our environment. Incorporating these various spheres into our concept of health is important because they are all interconnected. Indeed, this is a holistic concept. These expanding interconnections became apparent to me through experimentation with animals. The rats fed the low-protein diets were not only spared liver cancer, but they also had lower blood cholesterol, noticeably more energy, and voluntarily exercised twice as much as the high-protein rats. The evidence regarding increased energy levels was supported by an enormous amount of anecdotal evidence I have encountered over the years, people have more energy when they eat well. This synergy between nutrition and physical activity is extremely important, and is evidence that these two parts of life are not isolated from each other. Good nutrition and regular exercise combine to offer more health per person than the sum of each part alone. We also know that physical activity has an effect on emotional and mental well-being. Much has been said about the effect physical activity has on various chemicals in our bodies, which in turn affect our moods and our concentration, and experiencing the rewards of feeling better emotionally and being more mentally alert provides the confidence and motivation to treat ourselves to optimal nutrition, which reinforces the entire cycle. Those who feel good about themselves are more likely to respect their health by practicing good nutrition. Sometimes people try to play these different parts of their lives against each other. People wonder if they can erase bad eating habits by being a runner. The answer to this is no. The benefits and risks of diet are crucially important, and more sizable than the benefits and risks of other activities. Besides, why would anyone want to try and balance benefits and risks when they could have all the benefits working together? People also wonder whether a perceived health benefit is because of the exercise or because of a good diet. In the end, that's simply an academic question. The fact is that these two spheres of our lives are intimately interconnected, and what's important is that it all works together to promote or derail health. Furthermore, it turns out that if we eat the way that promotes the best health for ourselves, we promote the best health for the planet. By eating a whole foods, plant-based diet, we use less water, less land, fewer resources, and produce less pollution and less suffering for our 240 The China Study. Farm animals. John Robbins has done more than any other person to bring this issue to the front of American consciousness, and I strongly recommend reading his most recent book, The Food Revolution. Our food choices have an incredible impact not only on our metabolism, but also on the initiation, promotion, and even reversal of disease, on our energy, on our physical activity, on our emotional and mental well-being, and on our world environment. All of these seemingly separate spheres are intimately interconnected. I have mentioned the wisdom of nature at various points in this book, and I have come to see the power of the workings of the natural world. It is a wondrous web of health, from molecules, to people, to other animals, to forests, to oceans, to the air we breathe. This is nature at work, from the microscopic to the macroscopic. Who cares, anyway? The principles outlined in this chapter began, for me, with a narrowly focused question on diet and cancer in rats, then grew into an ever-expanding universe of questions about human and societal health around the world. In large measure, the principles in this chapter are the answers to the far-reaching questions that I could not help but ask during my career. The applicability of these principles should not be underestimated. Most importantly, they can help to reduce public confusion regarding food and health. The latest fads, the newest headlines, and the most recent study results are put into a useful context. We need not leap from our seats every time a chemical is called a carcinogen, every time a new diet book hits the shelf, or every time a headline screams about solving disease through genetic research. Simply put, we can relax. We can take a much-needed deep breath and sit back. Moreover, we can do science more intelligently and ask better questions because we have a sound framework relating nutrition to health. In effect, we can interpret new findings with a broader context in mind. With these newly interpreted findings, we can enrich or modify our original framework and invest our money and resources where they matter to increase our society's health. The benefits of understanding these principles are wide-ranging and profound for individuals, societies, our fellow animals and our planet. How to eat. When my youngest son and collaborator on this book, Tom, was 13 years old, our family was in the final stages of a slow shift to becoming vegetarian. One Sunday morning, Tom came home from a sleepover at a close friend's house and told us a story I still remember. The night before, Tom was being grilled, in a friendly way, on his eating habits. The sister of Tom's friend had asked him, rather incredulously, "You don't eat meat?" My son had never justified his eating habits, he had just gotten used to eating what was on the dinner table. As a consequence, Tom was not practiced at answering such a question. So, he simply answered, "No, I don't," without offering any explanations. The girl probed a bit more, "So what do you eat?" My son answered, with a few shrugs, "I guess just plants." She said, "Oh, and that was the end of that." The reason I enjoy this story is because my son's response, "Plants," was so simple. It was a truthful answer, but couched in an entirely untraditional manner. When someone asks for the glazed ham across the table, she doesn't say, "Pass the flesh of the pig's butt, please," and when someone tells his children to finish their peas and carrots, he doesn't say, "Finish your plants." But since my family and I changed our eating habits, I've come to enjoy thinking of food as either plants or animals. It fits well into my philosophy of keeping the information on food and health as simple as possible. Food and health are anything but simple in our country. I often marvel at the complexity of various weight loss plans. Although the writers 241, 242 The China Study always advertise their plans' ease of use, in reality it's never easy. Followers of these diets have to count calories, points, servings, or nutrients or eat specific amounts of certain foods based on specific, mathematical ratios. There are tools to be used, supplements to be taken and worksheets to be completed. It is no wonder that dieting seldom succeeds. Eating should be an enjoyable and worry-free experience, and shouldn't rely on deprivation. Keeping it simple is essential if we are to enjoy our food. One of the most fortunate findings from the mountain of nutritional research I've encountered is that good food and good health is simple. The biology of the relationship of food and health is exceptionally complex. But the message is still simple. The recommendations coming from the published literature are so simple that I can state them in one sentence. Eat a whole foods, plant-based diet, while minimizing the consumption of refined foods, added salt, and added fats. See table on page 243. Supplements. Daily supplements of vitamin B12, and perhaps vitamin D for people who spend most of their time indoors and live in the northern climates are encouraged. For vitamin D, you shouldn't exceed RDA recommendations. That's it. That's the diet science has found to be consistent with the greatest health and the lowest incidence of heart disease, cancer, obesity, and many other Western diseases. What does minimize mean? Should you eliminate meat completely? The findings from the China study indicate that the lower the percentage of animal-based foods that are consumed, the greater the health benefits, even when that percentage declines from 10% to 0% of calories. So it's not unreasonable to assume that the optimum percentage of animal-based products is 0, at least for anyone with a predisposition for a degenerative disease. But this has not been absolutely proven. Certainly it is true that most of the health benefits are realized at very low but non-zero levels of animal-based foods. My advice is to try to eliminate all animal-based products from your diet, but not obsess over it. If a tasty vegetable soup has a chicken stock base, or if a hearty loaf of whole wheat bread includes a tiny amount of how to eat. Eat all you want, while GNLNG lots of variety of any whole, unrefined plant-based food. 243. Fruits: orange, okra, kiwi, red pepper, apple, cucumber, tomato, avocado, zucchini, blueberries, strawberries, green pepper, raspberries, butternut squash, pumpkin, blackberries, mangoes, eggplant, pear, watermelon, cranberries, acorn, squash, grapefruit. Flowers: broccoli, ca. Flowers are stems and leaves: spinach, artichokes, kale, lettuce, all varieties, cabbage, Swiss chard, collard greens, celery, asparagus, mustard. Greens: Brussels sprouts, turnip greens, beet greens, bok choy, arugula, Belgian endive, basil, cilantro, parsley, roots. Mushrooms, nuts, barb, seaweed. Potatoes, all varieties. Leeks, radish. Carrots, turnips, onions, garlic. Green beans, soybeans, peas, peanuts, adzuki beans, black beans, black-eyed peas, cannellini beans, garbanzo beans. Beans, lentils, pinto beans, white beans. White button, baby bella, cremini, portobello, shiitake, oyster. Walnuts, almonds, macadamia, pecans, cashew, hazelnut. Pistachio. Wheat, rice, corn, millet, sorghum, rye. Buckwheat, amaranth, kamut. 244. The HENA study. Egg. Don't worry about it. These quantities, very likely, are nutritionally unimportant. Even more importantly, the ability to relax about very minor quantities of animal-based foods makes applying this diet much easier, especially when eating out or buying already prepared foods. While I recommend that you not worry about small quantities of animal products in your food, I am not suggesting that you deliberately plan to incorporate small portions of meat into your daily diet. My recommendation is that you try to avoid all animal-based products. There are 3 excellent reasons to go all the way. First, following. This diet requires a radical shift in your thinking about food. It's more work to just do it halfway. If you plan for animal-based products, you'll eat them and you'll almost certainly eat more than you should. Second, you'll feel deprived. Instead of viewing your new food habit as being able to eat all the plant-based food you want, you'll be seeing it in terms of having to limit yourself, which is not conducive to staying on the diet long term. If your friend had been a smoker all of his or her life and looked to you for advice, would you tell them to cut down to only 2 cigarettes a day, or would you tell them to quit smoking altogether? It's in this way that I'm telling you that moderation, even with the best intentions, sometimes makes it more difficult to succeed. Can you do this? For most Americans, the idea of giving up virtually all meat products including beef, chicken, fish, cheese, milk, and eggs seems impossible. You might as well ask Americans to stop breathing. The whole idea seems strange, fanatical, or fantastic. This is the biggest obstacle to the adoption of a plant-based diet. Most People who hear about it don't seriously consider it, despite the truly impressive health benefits. If you are one of these people, if you are curious about these findings but know in your heart that you will never be able to give up meat, then I know that no amount of talk will ever convince you to change your mind. You have to try it. Give it 1 month. You've been eating cheeseburgers your whole life. A month without them won't kill you. A month isn't enough time to give you any long-term benefits, but it is long enough for you to discover 4 things. How to eat 245. 1. There are some great foods you can eat in a plant-based diet that you otherwise may never have discovered. You may not be eating everything you want. Desire for meat may last longer than a month, but you will be eating lots of great, delicious foods. 2. It's not all that bad. Some people take to this diet quite quickly and love it. Many take months to fully adjust to it, but almost everyone will find that it's a lot easier than they thought. 3. You'll feel better. Even after only a month, most people will feel better and likely lose some weight, too. Try having your blood work done both before and after. Odds are, you'll see significant improvement in even that period of time. 4. Most importantly, you'll discover that it's possible. You may love the diet, or you may not, but at the very least you'll come away from your 1-month trial knowing that it's possible. You can do it, if you choose to. All the health benefits discussed in this book are not just for Tibetan monks and fanatical Spartans. You can have them too. It's your choice. The first month can be challenging, more on this shortly, but it gets much easier after that. And for many, it becomes a great pleasure. I know this is hard to believe until you experience it for yourself, but your tastes change when you are on a plant-based diet. You not only lose your taste for meat, you begin to discover new flavors in much of your food, flavors that were dulled when you ate a primarily animal-based diet. A friend of mine once described it as like being dragged to an independent film when you wanted to go to the latest Hollywood action flick. You go in muttering, but you discover, to your surprise, that the film is great and much more fulfilling than the shoot 'em up movie would have been. The transition. If you take me up on my suggestion of trying a plant-based diet for 1 month, there are 5 main challenges you'll likely face. In the first week, you may have some stomach upset as your digestive system adjusts. This is natural, it is nothing to worry about, and doesn't usually last long. You'll need to put some time into this. Don't begrudge this time. Heart disease and cancer take time too. Specifically, you'll need to learn some new recipes, be willing to try new dishes, discover new 246 The China Study. Restaurants. You'll need to pay attention to your tastes and come up with meals that you really enjoy. This is key. You'll need to adjust psychologically. No matter how full the plate is, many of us were trained to think that without meat, it's not a real meal, especially at dinner. You'll need to overcome this prejudice. You may not be able to go to the same restaurants you used to go to, and if you can, you certainly won't be able to order the same things. This takes some adjustment. Your friends, family, and colleagues may not be supportive. For whatever reasons, many people will find it threatening that you are now a vegetarian or vegan. Perhaps it's because, deep down, they know their diet isn't very healthy and find it threatening that someone else is able to give up unhealthy eating habits when they cannot. I'd also like to offer you a few pieces of advice for your first month. In the long term, plant-based eating is cheaper than an animal-based diet, but as you learn you may spend a little extra money. Trying things. Do it. It's worth it. Eat well. If you eat out, try lots of restaurants to find some great vegan dishes. Often, ethnic restaurants not only offer the most options for plant-based meals, but the unique tastes are exquisite. Learn what's out there. Eat enough. One of your health goals may be to lose weight. That's fine, and on a plant-based diet you almost certainly will. But don't hold back whatever you do. Don't go hungry. Eat a variety. Mixing it up is important both for getting all the necessary nutrients and for maintaining your interest in the diet. The bottom line is that you can eat a plant-based diet with great pleasure and satisfaction. But making the transition is a challenge. There are psychological barriers and practical ones. It takes time and effort. You may not get support from your friends and family. But the benefits are nothing short of miraculous. And you'll be amazed at how easy it becomes once you form new habits. Take the 1-month challenge. You will not only do great things for yourself, you will be part of the vanguard working toward moving America into a healthier, leaner future. How to Eat 247. Glenn is an associate of mine who, until recently, was a dedicated meat eater. In fact, he was recently on the Atkins diet, lost some weight, but dropped off it when his cholesterol went through the roof. He's 42 and overweight. I gave him a draft of the manuscript for the China study and he agreed to take the 1-month challenge. Here are a few of his observations. Glenn's tips. The first week is quite challenging. It's hard to figure out what to eat. I'm not much of a cook, so I got some recipe books out and tried creating some vegan dishes. As someone who would swing through McDonald's or heat up a frozen dinner, I found it annoying to have to cook meals each evening. At least half of them were a disaster and had to be thrown out. But over time I found a few that were fantastic. My sister gave me a recipe for West African peanut stew that was incredible and like nothing I ever tasted. My mom gave me a vegetarian chili recipe that was great. And I stumbled on a great whole wheat spaghetti dish with lots of vegetables and a faux meat sauce, made from soy, that was amazing. I challenge anyone to know that this was a vegan dish. But all of this does take time. I'm rediscovering fruit. I've always loved fruit, but for some reason, I don't really eat much of it. Maybe it's not eating meat, but I'm finding that I'm enjoying fruit more than ever. I now cut up a grapefruit and eat it as a snack. I really like it. I would have never done that before. I actually think my tastes are getting more sensitive. I was avoiding eating out, something I used to do constantly for fear of not having a vegan option. But I'm getting more adventurous now. I've found some new restaurants that have some great vegan side dishes, including a wonderful local Vietnamese place. I know that most Vietnamese food isn't strictly vegan, since they use a fish sauce in many dishes, but for nutritional purposes it's very close. The other day I got dragged into a pizza place with a large group. There was nothing I could do, and I was starved. I ordered a cheese-less pizza with lots of vegetables. They even made it with a whole wheat crust. I was prepared to choke it down, but actually it was surprisingly good. I've brought that home a few times since. I'm finding that cravings for meat products are pretty much gone. Particularly if I don't let myself get hungry. And Honestly, I'm eating. 248 though, Hina study. Like a pig. Being overweight, I've always been self-conscious about what I eat. Now I eat like a madman, and feel virtuous to boot. I can honestly say I'm enjoying the food I'm eating now a lot more than before, partly because I'm fussier now in what I eat. I only eat foods I really like. The first month went by quicker than I thought it would. I've lost 8 pounds and my cholesterol has dropped dramatically. I'm spending a lot less time on this now, particularly since I've found so many restaurants I can eat at, plus I cook huge meals and then freeze them. My freezer is stocked with vegan goodies. The experiment is over, but I stopped thinking of it as an experiment weeks ago. I can't imagine why I would go back to my odd eating patterns. Why haven't you heard this before? Often when people hear of scientific information that justifies a radical shift in diet to plant foods, they can't believe their ears. If all that you say is true, they wonder, why haven't I heard it before? In fact, why do I usually hear the opposite of what you say, that milk is good for us, that we need meat to get protein, and that cancer and heart disease are all in the genes? These are legitimate questions, and the answers are a crucial part of this story. In order to get to these answers, however, I believe that it is essential for us to know how information is created and how it reaches the public consciousness. As you will come to see, much is governed by the golden rule: he who has the gold makes the rules. There are powerful, influential, and enormously wealthy industries that stand to lose a vast amount of money if Americans start shifting to a plant-based diet. Their financial health depends on controlling what the public knows about nutrition and health. Like any good business enterprise, these industries do everything in their power to protect their profits and their shareholders. You might be inclined to think that industry pays scientists under the table to cook the data, bribes government officials, or conducts illegal activities. Many people love a sensational story, but the powerful interests that maintain the status quo do not usually conduct illegal 249. 250 THECHINA stu dy. Business. As far as I know, they do not pay scientists to cook the data. They do not bribe elected officials or make sordid underhanded deals. The situation is much worse. The entire system, government, science, medicine, industry, and media, promotes profits over health, technology over food, and confusion over clarity. Most, but not all, of the confusion about nutrition is created in legal, fully disclosed ways and is disseminated by unsuspecting, well-intentioned people, whether they are researchers, politicians, or journalists. The most damaging aspect of the system is not sensational, nor is it likely to create much of a stir upon its discovery. It is a silent enemy that few people see and understand. My experiences within the scientific community illustrate how the entire system generates confusing information and why you haven't heard the message of this book before. In the following chapters, I have divided the system of problems into the entities of science, government, industry, and medicine, but, as you will come to see, there are instances where it is nearly impossible to distinguish science from industry, government from science, or government from industry. Science: the dark side. When I was living in a mountain valley outside of Blacksburg, Virginia, my family enjoyed visiting a retired farmer down the road, Mr. Kinsey, who always had a funny story to tell. We used to look forward to evenings listening to his stories on his front porch. One of my favorites was the Great Potato Bug Scam. He told us of his farm days before pesticides, and recounted that when a potato crop became infested with potato bugs, the bugs had to be removed and killed, one, by hand. One day, Mr. Kinsey noticed an advertisement in a farm magazine for a great potato bug killer, on sale for $5. Although $5 was no small sum of money in those days, Mr. Kinsey figured the bugs were enough of a hassle to warrant the investment. A short while later, when he received the great potato bug killer, he opened the package and found 2 blocks of wood and a short list of 3 instructions. Pick up 1 block of wood. Place the potato bug on the flat face of the wood. Pick up the second block of wood and press firmly onto the potato bug. Scams, tricks and outright deception for personal gain are as old as history itself, and perhaps no discipline in our society has suffered more from this affliction than the discipline of health. Very few experiences are as personal and as powerful as those of people who have lost their health prematurely. Understandably, they are willing to believe and try just about anything that might help. They are a highly vulnerable group of consumers. 251. 252 THECHINA STU DY. In the mid-1970s, along came a prime example of a health scam, at least according to the medical establishment. It concerned an alternative cancer treatment called Laetrile, a natural compound made largely from apricot pits. If you had cancer and had been unsuccessfully treated by your regular doctors here in the United States, you may have considered heading to Tijuana, Mexico. Washington Post magazine documented the story of Sylvia Dutton, a 53-year-old woman from Florida, who had done just that as a last attempt to thwart a cancer that had already spread from her ovaries to her lymph system. One friends and fellow churchgoers had told her and her husband about the Laetrile treatment and its ability to cure advanced cancer. In the magazine article, one Sylvia's husband said, "There are at least a dozen people in this area who were told they were going to be dead from cancer who used Laetrile, and now they're out playing tennis." The catch, however, was that Laetrile was a highly contentious treatment. Some people in the medical establishment argued that animal studies had repeatedly shown Laetrile to have no effect on tumors. 1. Because of this, the U.S. Food and Drug Administration had decided to suppress the use of Laetrile, which gave rise to the popular clinics south of the border. One famous hospital in Tijuana treated as many as 20,000 American patients a year. One of those patients was Sylvia Dutton, for whom Laetrile unfortunately did not work. But Laetrile was only one of many alternative health products. By the end of the 1970s, Americans were spending $1 billion a year on various supplements and potions that promised magical benefits. To these included pangamic acid, which was touted as a previously undiscovered vitamin with virtually unlimited powers, various B concoctions, and other supplement products including garlic and zinc. 2. At the same time, in the scientific community, more and more health information, specifically nutrition information, was being generated at a furious pace. In 1976, Senator George McGovern had convened a committee that drafted dietary goals recommending decreased consumption of fatty animal foods and increased consumption of fruits and vegetables because of their effects on heart disease. The first draft of this report, linking heart disease and food, caused such an uproar that a major revision was required before it was released for publication. In a personal conversation, McGovern told me that he and 5 other powerful senators from agricultural states lost their respective elections in 1980. in part because they had dared to take on the animal foods industry. Science: The Dark Side 253. At the end of the 1970s, the McGovern Report succeeded in prodding the government to produce its first ever dietary guidelines, which were rumored to promote a message similar to that of McGovern's committee. At about the same time, there were widely publicized government debates about whether food additives were safe, and whether saccharin caused cancer. Playing my part. In the late 1970s, I found myself in the middle of this rapidly changing environment. By 1975, my program in the Philippines had ended, and I was well into my experimental laboratory work here in the United States, after having accepted a full professorship with tenure at Cornell University. Some of my early work on aflatoxin and liver cancer in the Philippines, Chapter 2, had garnered widespread interest, and my subsequent laboratory work investigating nutritional factors, carcinogens, and cancer, Chapter 3, was attracting national attention. At that time, I had one of only 2 or 3 laboratories in the country doing basic research on nutrition and cancer. It was a novel endeavor. From 1978 to 19,791 took a year-long sabbatical leave from Cornell to go to the epicenter of national nutritional activity, Bethesda, Maryland. The organization that I was working with was the Federation of American Societies for Experimental Biology and Medicine, or FASEB. 6 individual research societies made up the federation, representing pathology, biochemistry, pharmacology, nutrition, immunology, and physiology. The FASEB sponsored the annual joint meetings of all 6 societies, and upwards of more than 20,000 scientists attended. I was a member of 2 of these societies, nutrition and pharmacology, and was particularly active in the American Institution of Nutrition, now named the American Society for Nutritional Sciences. My principal work was to chair, under contract to the Food and Drug Administration, a committee of scientists investigating potential hazards of using nutrient supplements. While there, I also was invited to be on a public affairs committee that served as liaison between the FASEB and Congress. The committee's charge was to stay on top of congressional activity and represent our society's interests in dealings with lawmakers. We reviewed policies, budgets, and position statements, met with congressional staffs, and held meetings around big, impressive boardroom tables in distinguished, august meeting rooms. I often got the feeling I was in the citadel of science. 254 THECHINA STU DY. As a prerequisite to representing my nutrition society on this public affairs committee, I first had to decide, for myself, how nutrition is best defined. It's a far more difficult question than you may think. We had scientists who were interested in applied nutrition, which involves people and communities. We had medical doctors interested in isolated food compounds as pharmacological drugs, and research scientists who only worked with isolated cells and well-identified chemicals in the laboratory. We even had people who thought nutrition studies should focus on livestock as well as people. The concept of nutrition was far from clear. Clarification was critical. The average American's view of nutrition was even more varied and confused. Consumers were constantly being duped by fads, yet remained intensely interested in nutrient supplements and dietary advice coming from any source, whether that source was a diet book or a government official. One day in late spring of 1979, while doing my more routine work, I got a call from the director of the Public Affairs Office at the FASEB, who coordinated the work of our Congressional Liaison Committee. Ellis informed me that there was yet another new committee being formed within one of the FACEP societies, the American Institute of Nutrition, that might interest me. It's being called the Public Nutrition Information Committee, he told me, and one of its responsibilities will be to decide what is sound nutritional advice to give to the public. Obviously, he said, there's a big overlap between what this new committee wants to do and what we do on the Public Affairs Committee. I agreed. If you're interested, I would like to have you join this new committee as a representative of the Public Affairs Office, he said. The proposal sounded good to me because it was early in my career. And it meant getting a chance to hear the scholarly views of some of the big-name nutrition researchers. It also was a committee, according to its organizers, that could evolve into a Supreme Court of Public Nutrition Information. It might serve, for example, to identify nutrition quackery. Science the Dark Side 255. A big surprise. At the time that this new Public Nutrition Information Committee was being formed, a maelstrom was developing across town at the prestigious National Academy of Sciences, NAS. A public dispute was taking place between the NAS president, Phil Handler, and the internal NAS Food and Nutrition Board. Handler wanted to bring in a group of distinguished scientists from outside of the NAS organization to deliberate on the subject of diet, nutrition, and cancer and to write a report. This did not please his internal Food and Nutrition Board, which wanted control over this project. Handler's NAS was being offered funding from Congress to produce a report on a subject that had not been previously considered in this way. Within the scientific community, it was widely known that the NAS Food and Nutrition Board was strongly influenced by the meat, dairy, and egg industries. Two of its leaders, Bob Olson and Alf Harper, had strong connections to these industries. Olson was a well-paid consultant to the egg industry, and Harper acknowledged that low percent of his income came from offering his services to food companies, including large dairy corporations. 3. Ultimately, Handler, as president of the NAS, went around his Food and Nutrition Board and arranged for a panel of expert scientists from outside of his organization to write the 1982 report Diet, Nutrition, and Cancer. For as it turned out, I was one of 13 scientists chosen to be on the panel to write the report. As could be expected, Alf Harper, Bob Olson and their Food and Nutrition Board colleagues were not happy about losing control of this landmark report. They knew that the report could greatly influence national opinion about diet and disease. Mostly, they feared that the great American diet was going to be challenged, perhaps even called a possible cause of cancer. James S. Turner, chairman of a related consumer liaison panel within the NAS, was critical of the Food and Nutrition Board and wrote, "We can only conclude that the Food and Nutrition Board is dominated by a group of change-resistant scientists who share a rather isolated view about diet and disease." 3. After being denied control of this promising new report on diet, nutrition and cancer, the pro-industry board needed to do some damage control. An alternate group was quickly established elsewhere, the 256th The China Study New Public Nutrition Information Committee. Who were the leaders of the new Public Nutrition Information Committee? Bob Olson, Alfred Harper and Tom Jukes, a longtime industry scientist, each of whom held a university faculty position. I was initially innocent of the group's purpose, but by our first meeting in the spring of 1980, I had discovered that, of the 18 members on that committee, I was the only individual who did not have ties to the commercial world of food and drug companies and their coalitions. This committee was a stacked deck. Its members were entrenched in the status quo, their professional associations, their friends, the people they fraternized with, were all pro-industry. They enjoyed the meeting American diet themselves and were unwilling to consider the possibility that their views were wrong. In addition, some of them enjoyed handsome benefits, including first-class travel expenses and nice consulting fees, paid by animal foods companies. Although there was nothing illegal about any of these activities, it certainly laid bare a serious conflict of interest that put most of the committee members at odds with the public interest. This is analogous to the situation, as it unfolded, surrounding cigarettes and health. When scientific evidence first emerged to show that cigarettes were dangerous, there were hordes of health professionals who vigorously defended smoking. For example, the Journal of the American Medical Association continued to advertise tobacco products, and many others played their part to staunchly defend tobacco use. In many cases, these scientists were motivated by understandable caution, but there were quite a few others, particularly as the evidence against tobacco mounted, whose motivations were clearly personal bias and greed. So there I was, on a committee that was to judge the merit of nutrition information, a committee that was comprised of some of the most powerful pro-industry scientists. I was the only one not handpicked by the industry cronies, as I was there at the behest of the director of the FA5EB Public Affairs Office. At that point in my career, I had not formed any particularly strong views for or against the standard American diet. More than anything, I was interested in promoting honest, open debate, something that would immediately put me at odds with this new organization. Science: The Dark Side 257. The first meeting. From the first moment of the first meeting in April 1980, I knew I was the chicken who had wandered into a fox's den, although I went in with high hopes and an open, though naive, mind. After all, lots of scientists, myself included, have consulted with companies while working to maintain an objective mind in the best interest of the public health. In the second session of our first committee meeting, the chairman, Tom Jukes, passed around a proposed news release, handwritten by himself, regarding the mission of the committee. In addition to announcing our formation, the news release listed examples of the kind of nutrition frauds that our committee intended to expose. As I scanned a list of so-called frauds, I was stunned to see the 1977 McGovern Dietary Goals 5 on the list. First drafted in 1976, these relatively modest goals suggested that less meat and fat consumption and more fruit and vegetable consumption might prevent heart disease. In this proposed news release, they were described as nothing more than simple quackery, just like the widely condemned Laetrile and pongamic acid preparations. In essence, the recommendation to shift our eating habits to more fruits and vegetables and whole grains was a fraud. This was the committee's attempt to demonstrate their ability to be the supreme arbiter of reliable scientific information. Having looked forward to my membership on this new committee, I was shocked to see what was emerging. Although I had no particular predilection toward any one type of diet at the time, I knew that the landmark diet, nutrition, and cancer panel that I was on at the National Academy of Sciences would likely recommend something similar to McGovern's goals, this time citing cancer research instead of heart disease research. The scientific results with which I was familiar very clearly seemed to justify the moderate recommendations made by McGovern's Dietary Goals Committee. Sitting next to me at our first meeting was Alf Harper, whom I had held in high esteem since our days at MIT where he was the general foods professor of nutritional sciences. Early in the meeting, when this handwritten proposed news release was passed out to the committee members, I leaned over to Harper and pointed to the place where it listed McGovern's dietary goals amongst other common scams and whispered incredulously, "Do you see this?" Harper could sense my unease, even disbelief, and so quickly spoke. 258 The China Study. Up. In a patronizing tone, he said to the group, "There are honorable people in our society who may not necessarily agree with this list. Perhaps we should put it on hold." A reluctant discussion ensued, and they decided to forego the proposed press release. With the conclusion of the news release issue, the meeting came to an end. As far as I was concerned, it was a dubious beginning, at best. A couple of weeks later, back in upstate New York, I turned on a morning TV news show and Tom Brokaw appeared on the screen and started talking about nutrition with Bob Olson, of all people. They were discussing a recent report that Olson and friends had produced at the National Academy of Sciences called Toward Healthful Diets. This report, which was one of the briefest, most superficial reports on health ever produced by the NAS, extolled the virtues of the high-fat, high-meat American diet and basically confirmed that all was well with how America was eating. From a scientific point of view, the message was a doozy. I remember one exchange where Tom Brokaw asked about fast food, and Olson confidently stated that McDonald's hamburgers were fine. With millions of viewers watching, this expert praised the health value of McDonald's hamburgers. It's no wonder that consumers around the country were confused. Only a handful of insiders could possibly know that his views did not even come close to reflecting the best understanding of the science at the time. The second meeting. We were back for round 2 in Atlantic City at our annual meeting in late spring of 1981. From our correspondence over the past year, the committee already had an informal agenda in place. First, we were to establish the proposition that nutrition scams were eroding the public's trust in the nutrition research community. Second, we needed to publicize the idea that advocating more vegetable and fruit consumption and less meat and high-fat foods was, itself, a scam. Third, we intended to position our committee as a permanent, standing organization. Up to this point, our group had only served in a temporary capacity, as an exploratory committee. Now it was time to get on with our job of becoming the permanent, principal source of reliable nutrition information in the U.S. Within the first few days of arriving at the convention, a fellow member of the committee, Howard Applebaum, told me of the developing Science the Dark Side 259 gossip. "Did you hear?" he whispered. "Olson's decided that they're going to reconstitute the committee and you are going to be removed." At that time, Olson was still serving his one-year term as president of the parent society, the American Institute of Nutrition, and had the power to do such things. I remember thinking that this news was neither surprising nor disappointing. I knew I was the black sheep of the committee and had already stepped out of line at our inaugural meeting the previous year. My continued involvement in this particular group was going to amount to nothing more than trying to swim up Niagara Falls. The only reason I was involved in the first place was because the director of the public affairs office at the FACEP had secured me the spot. I had thought the first year's committee meeting was dubious, but I ran into an even more bizarre beginning at that second meeting a year later, before Olson had the chance to remove me. When the proposal To become a permanent organization within our society was put forth. I was the only one to challenge the idea. I expressed concern that this committee and its activities reeked of McCarthyism, which had no place in a scientific research society. What I was saying made the chair of the committee intensely angry and physically hostile, and I decided it was best to just leave the room. I was clearly a threat to everything the committee members wanted to achieve. After relating the whole ordeal to the newly elected incoming president of the society, Professor Doris Calloway of UC Berkeley, the committee was abolished and reformed, with me as the chair. Fortunately, I persuaded our 6-member committee to disband after less than a year. And the whole sorry affair came to an end. To stay and fight the good fight, so to speak, was not an option. It was early in my career, and the awesome power wielded by the seniors in my society was stark and intellectually brutal. For many of these characters, searching for a truth that promoted public health over the status quo was not an option. I am absolutely convinced that had I busied myself with tackling these issues so early in my career, I would not be writing this book. Research funding and publications would have been difficult, if not impossible, to obtain. Meanwhile, Bob Olson and some of his colleagues turned their attention elsewhere, focusing on a relatively new organization founded in 1978 called the American Council on Science and Health, ACSH. Headquartered in New York City, the ACSH bills itself, still today, as a 262 HENA study. Consumer Education Consortium concerned with issues related to food, nutrition, chemicals, pharmaceuticals, lifestyle, the environment and health. The group also claims to be an independent, non-profit, tax-exempt organization, but they receive 76% of their funding from corporations and corporate donors, according to the National Environmental Trust, who cite the Congressional Quarterly's public interest profiles. 7. According to the National Environmental Trust, the ACSH has claimed, in their reports, that cholesterol is not related to coronary heart disease. The unpopularity of food irradiation is not based in science. Endocrine disruptors, example PCBs, dioxins, etc., are not a human health problem. Saccharin is not carcinogenic, and implementation of fossil fuel restrictions to control global warming should not be implemented. Searching for a serious critique of the food industry from the ACSH is like searching for a needle in a haystack. Although I believe that some of their arguments may have merit, I seriously question their claim to be an objective broker of consumer education. Falling on my petard. During the entire experience with the Public Nutrition Information Committee, I continued to work on the National Academy of Sciences report on diet, nutrition, and cancer, which was released in June 1982.4. As might have been expected, when this report was published, all hell broke loose. Being the first such report on diet and cancer, it received extensive publicity, fast becoming the most sought-after report in NAS history. It was establishing high-profile goals for the dietary prevention of cancer, which were very similar to those of the 1976 McGovern Committee report on diet and heart disease. Principally, we were encouraging the consumption of fruits, vegetables, and whole grain cereal products, while decreasing total fat intake. The fact that this report was concerned with cancer instead of heart disease, however, elevated emotions. The stakes were high, and getting higher. Cancer incites a far greater fear than heart disease. Given the stakes, some powerful enemies came out of the woodwork. Within 2 weeks, the Council on Agriculture, Science, and Technology, CAST, an influential lobbying group for the livestock-based farming industry, produced a report summarizing the views of 56 experts who were concerned about the effect of our NAS report on the agriculture and food industries. Olson, Jukes, Harper, and their like-minded colleagues on the now-defunct Public Nutrition Information Committee weighed in as experts. Their report was quickly published, then. Science: The Dark Side 261. Placed in the hands of all 535 U.S. congressional members. It was clear that the cast was deeply concerned about the possible impact that our report might have on the public. The cast wasn't the only group that stepped up to criticize the report. In addition, there were the American Meat Institute, National Broiler Council, National Cattlemen's Association, National Livestock and Meat Board, National Meat Association, National Milk Producers Federation, National Pork Producers Council, National Turkey Federation, and United Egg Producers. Point 3. I wouldn't presume to know how much cancer research the National Turkey Federation conducts, but I'm guessing that their criticism of our report was not born out of their desire for truth in science. It was ironic that I had learned some of my most valuable lessons growing up on a dairy farm, and yet the work I was doing was portrayed as being at odds with agricultural interests. Of course, these mammoth corporate interests were far removed from the farmers I knew growing up, the hard-working, honest families that maintained small farms, just big enough to get by comfortably. I often have wondered whether these Washington agricultural interests truly represent America's great farming tradition, or whether they only represent agricultural conglomerates with operations worth tens of millions of dollars. Alf Harper, who had written a strong letter of support for my first faculty position after leaving MIT, wrote me a stern personal letter in which he declared that I had fallen on my own petard. A petard is a type of bomb or firecracker. Apparently, my involvement in the Public Nutrition Information Committee and the NAS Diet, Nutrition, and Cancer report was finally too much for even him to bear. Times were hot, to be sure. Congressional hearings, in which I testified, were held on the NAS report itself. People magazine featured me in a prominent article, and an endless series of news media reports continued over the next year. American Institute for Cancer Research. It seemed that for the first time in our history, the government was seriously thinking about what we eat as a means of controlling cancer. This was fertile territory for doing something new, and something new did indeed fall into my lap. I was invited to assist a new organization called the American Institute for Cancer Research, AICR, in Falls Church, Virginia. The founders of this organization were fundraisers and had 262. The China study learned that it was possible to raise, through mailing campaigns, large sums of money for cancer research. It seemed that many people were interested in learning something new about cancer beyond the usual model of surgery, radiation, and cytotoxic drugs. This budding organization was well aware of our 1982 NAS report 4 that focused on diet and cancer, and so invited me to join them as their senior science advisor. I encouraged them to focus on diet because the nutrition connection with cancer was becoming an important area of research, yet was receiving very little, if any, support from the major funding agencies. I especially encouraged them to emphasize whole foods as a source of nutrition, not nutrient supplements, partly because this was the message of the NAS report. As I began to work with the AICR, two challenges simultaneously arose. First, the AICR needed to get established as a credible organization. to promote the message and to support research. Second, the NAS recommendations needed to be publicized. Therefore, I thought it made sense for the AICR to help publicize the NAS recommendations. Dr. Sushma Palmer, Executive Director of the NAS Project and Harvard professor Mark Hegstad, who was the key advisor to the McGovern Committee, agreed to join me in endorsing this AICR project. Simultaneously, the AICR President, Marilyn Gentry, suggested that the AICR could publish the NAS report and send free copies to 50,000 physicians in the U.S. These projects, which seemed to me to be logical, useful, and socially responsible, were also highly successful. The associations we were making and the exposure we were generating were aimed at increasing the public's health. As I was quick to find out, however, creating an organization focused on diet as a central link in cancer causation was seen as a threat to a great many people. It was clear that the AICR's projects were beginning to hit the mark because of the hostile feedback coming from the food, medical, and drug industries. It seemed that every effort was being made to discredit them. I was surprised that government interference was particularly harsh. National and state attorney general offices questioned the AICR's status and its fundraising procedures. The U.S. Post Office joined in the fray, questioning whether the AICR could use the mail to spread junk information. We all had our suspicions as to who were encouraging these government offices to quash the dissemination of this diet and cancer information. Collectively, these public agencies were making life very difficult. Why were they attacking a nonprofit organization promoting Science the Dark Side 263? Cancer research? It all came down to the fact that the AICR, like the NAS, was pushing an agenda that connected diet and cancer. The American Cancer Society became an especially vigorous detractor. In its eyes, the AICR had two strikes against it: it might compete for the same funding donors, and it was trying to shift the cancer discussion toward diet. The American Cancer Society had not yet acknowledged that diet and nutrition were connected to cancer. It wasn't until many years later in the early 1990s that it developed dietary recommendations to control cancer, when the idea was receiving considerable currency with the public. It was very much a medically based organization invested in the conventional use of drugs, radiation, and surgery. A short while before, the American Cancer Society had contacted our NAS committee about the possibility of our joining them to produce dietary recommendations to prevent cancer. As a committee, we declined, although a couple of the people on our committee did offer their individual services. The American Cancer Society seemed to sense a big story on the horizon and didn't like the idea that another organization, the AICR, might get the credit. Misinformation. It may seem that I am coming down a tad harshly on an organization that most people regard as purely benevolent, but the American Cancer Society acted differently behind the scenes than it did in public. On one occasion, I traveled to an upstate New York town where I had been invited to give a lecture to the local chapter of the American Cancer Society, as I had done elsewhere. During my lecture, I showed a slide that made reference to the new AICR organization. I did not mention my personal association, so the audience was not aware that I was their senior science advisor. After the lecture, I took questions and my host asked me, "Do you know that AICR is an organization of quacks?" "No," one said, "I don't." I'm afraid one didn't do such a good job of hiding my skepticism of her comment, because she felt obliged to explain. That organization is being run by a group of quacks and discredited doctors. Some of them have even served time in prison. Prison time? This was news to me. Again, without revealing my association with the AICR, one asked, "How do you know that?" She said she saw a memo that had been circulated to local American Cancer Society offices around the country.